Stars of Baseball.
At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Philadelphia Phillies. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Cure Auto Insurance. 25 years of saving you money. Cure Auto Insurance. Drive well. By StubHub. Looking for great seats? Head to StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of the New York Mets. By Mazda. Driving matters. By the State Farm agent of the game, Gil Walton of the Bronx. Contact Gil at gilwalton.net. And by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka. Visit us at titosvodka.com. Well, autumn has arrived in New York, and the Mets are guaranteed 10 games in autumn. They'd like to get a whole lot more. The Phillies are in town. 7 of the last 10 will be against the Phils. The last time the Mets will see Ryan Howard in a Phillies uniform these next 10 days. The Mets, Giants, Cardinals all lost last night, all still tied atop the wild card standings. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Ron Darling, Keith Hernandez with you tonight as the Mets open a 4-game series against the Phillies, their last home series of the year. Last night, the Mets lost to the Braves, a 3-game sweep by Atlanta. Last night, the Mets used 22 players, and Terry Collins left himself open to a lot of second-guessing. But that's the nature of the business when you have a 39-man roster and try to manage it fully through a pennant race.
And you're down last night to the last 11 games, tonight the last 10 games, and you're managing to win. There is that great temptation. You go all year with an empty bench, basically with 4 guys on the bench, and one's your catcher. Now all of a sudden you got a plethora of players. It's very tempting to use all those players. And at times, when a game like last night, it was hard for me to keep score and hard for us to go. We were up here going, okay, what's this guy going to do now with all these different moves to make? Sometimes I feel you can get swept up in all that. You've got all this statistics. Managers kind of can get second guess, as they have been, but I think that this is one of the beautiful parts of the game here. The most important thing is you're managing to win. You're going to use all your players.
And of course, the manager's job is to think 2 and 3 innings ahead, and sometimes that's hard to do with all those players.
You know, Gary, what I do, I think that I would try to have 2 lists. And the list would really be the roster of the players I want to use, and the other roster would be the players that I have to use just in case you go extra innings, you have a blowout, or you're ahead by a lot of runs. I think you really have to eliminate a lot of these guys that are inexperienced. They're happy to be here. They could help you, but really you got to go to your guns that have brought you here and put you in a position to get to the postseason.
Meanwhile, more bad pitching news for the Mets. Steven Matz is not going to make the start tomorrow. Still has discomfort in his shoulder. He may not pitch again the rest of the year. We don't know. What we do know is that Seth Lugo has done a magnificent job filling a spot in the Mets rotation.
Every time he starts, they win. The Mets are 5-0 in his last 5 starts, and boy, he has been a breath of fresh air.
So it's the Mets and the Phillies opening a 4-game series at Citi Field on the first day of autumn. Sun beginning to set on the 2016 season, and the Mets with some work to do. Mets and Phils first pitch is coming right up. #1 insurer in the New York market. By Sherwin-Williams. Stop by your local Sherwin-Williams store for all your painting needs. And by Bank of America, life's better when we're connected. Get to Citi Field tomorrow for Free Shirt Friday and Fan Appreciation Weekend as the Mets take on the Phillies at 7:10. All fans in attendance will receive a Travis d'Arnaud t-shirt courtesy of United Healthcare. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Free Shirt Fridays. Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Mets and Phillies have played a dozen games this year. The Phillies have not scored very much, but they've won 5 of the 12. Phillies have been pitching wonderfully lately, and they'll have to pitch better than they have so far this year against the Mets if they are to compete in this series. The Mets start a 4-game series, their last series at home this year. First pitch, Mets and Phils, is coming up. Baseball, right? A team 30 games under 500 comes in to a late September series and sweeps 3 from a team that desperately needs them, and that's what the Braves did to the Mets with that Ender Inciarte catch just to drive a dagger into the Mets' hearts. Hyundai starting lineup for the Phillies tonight. Roman Quinn has given them a nice spark since coming up as a September call-up. Ryan Howard's been sitting out the last few games with a knee injury, but he's back in there tonight. Freddie Galvis has a 20 home run season going. And the Phillies go up against Seth Lugo for the first time.
Well, I mentioned the Mets are 5-0 in his last 5 starts. He's 4-1 in his starts this year with a 2.22 ERA. But even more importantly, what he's done with runners in scoring position, opposing hitters are only 7 for 41.
Cesar Hernandez will lead things off for the Phillies. Hernandez having a nice year, hitting at .291. He's been on base in 26 consecutive games starting the night. And the switch hitter waits on Lugo's first pitch of the night. He hits it in the air to left field, and Yoenis Cespedes right there to wait for it. Puts it away, one pitch and one retired.
And the Metropolitan defense brought to you by Lexus. Diaza back in that lineup again in center field. Jay Bruce on the pine. Rivera again at second base. He's not going to be out of that lineup. Head infield is pretty solid. Its big surprise is Eric Campbell getting a start at first, and Rivera double starts back to back.
Here's Roman Quinn, the rookie left fielder, and he takes a strike. Quinn, a switch hitter. 404 on base percentage in his brief tenure in the major leagues. Played in Double-A this year, hit .287 at Reading, and he slashes one foul, 0-2.
Oh, knuckleball. Oh, nice.
Getting ready for his next career. 1-2 to Quinn.
By the way, folks, every player in baseball believes that they can pitch in the major leagues. Every single one of them.
And many of them throw knuckleballs.
Yes.
Just for fun.
Jose Canseco.
Well, he did pitch in the major leagues.
Hurt his arm.
Seth Lugo's 7th major league start, and he strikes out Roman Quinn with the breaking ball, and that's the second out.
It's a nasty hook that Seth has. Great rotation, as good as anyone in the game, and that took a little left-hand turn there on Quinn.
So quickly 2 out and nobody on. Now Odubel Herrera, who was an all-star for the Phillies this year, but really faded in the second half until just recently, coinciding with the arrival of Roman Quinn, who might be his competitor for the center field job next year. And Herrera has picked it up over the last 8 games, hitting .517.
Quite a Rule 5 pick, huh, Mr. Herrera?
Second year after coming in that Rule 5 draft from Texas, where he was an infielder in their minor league chain. And he gets jammed and fouls it back, 0-2.
Well, before Lugo warms up, he measures it out at 72 inches, 6 feet, where he wants to land. Makes a mark and doesn't want to go past that mark.
A line in the sand.
Nicely done.
Clay.
I'm not crossing it.
Look at Herrera's front foot.
Lugo fires outside, 1-2. Odubel Herrera at age 24, establishing his mark in the big leagues.
Do you remember the last series here, Gare? Herrera really played in a fog. He was. Looks like the competition has done him well. Got him refocused. 6 guys in this lineup with over 100 strikeouts. 6 of the 8 players, position players, have over 100 strikeouts.
And combine that with the fact that the Phillies have drawn the fewest walks of any team in the league. It's been one of the problems for their offense this year. One of the reasons they're last in the league in runs scored.
That is very peculiar.
And Lugo strikes him out with a fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Lugo in a 1-2-3 opening inning. Mets come to bat at the bottom of the first with no score. Start for the Mets since May the 29th. And T.J. Rivera hits cleanup for the first time in the major leagues as the Mets go against a lefty for the first time in a while.
Well, Gary, you were mentioning before that the Phillies starting pitching has been so much better in September, 8-4 with a 2.55, and Adam Morgan has been much better since he made that start in the end of August where he gave up 6 runs in 5 innings to the Mets.
Jose Reyes will lead things off. Reyes at 266 for the year. He has a home run against Adam Morgan, and he takes a strike, and he's got plenty of company in that. Morgan's made 2 career starts against the Mets. The first one was last year, August, the game the Mets set a franchise record with 8 home runs. He started that game, gave up 4 of the 8, and then 3 more in that start this year. And the curveball held the swing, and it's 1-1.
That's right, Gary. 7 home runs he's given up to the Mets in 8 2/3 innings pitched.
Yeah, he's been having an early shower against the blue and the orange.
Well, as Ronnie said, since that last start against the Mets, he's pitched very well, and he's changed his repertoire. He's added a 2-seam fastball.
Well, what has happened, and I was talking to some people with the Phils, is that he's finally realized he can't be a go at him with hard stuff kind of guy. He is more of a sinker, slider, changeup, you know, more of a Tom Glavine school of pitching.
A 2-seamer bouncing in there, and it's 2-2.
A very shallow outfield by the Phillies all the way around, particularly in right field. Altair, very shallow. Reyes has got pop from that right side, especially.
And he's hitting 386 as a right-hand batter. And he takes the changeup on the outside corner, and he got him looking. So Morgan has a strikeout to start his night.
And the Philly defense brought to you by Coors Light. That could be the young outfield of the future for the Phillies right there. Roman Quinn just called up on the infield. Ryan Howard could be on the way out. One of the last guys remaining from those great Philly teams. And Cameron Rupp behind the plate.
Fans still coming into Citi Field.
Come on in.
Here's Asdrubal Cabrera, the hottest hitter the Mets have. Homered last night, his 21st of the year. Now is at 20 home runs as a shortstop, which breaks Jose Reyes' franchise record. But he's got plenty of company. Last year in the major leagues, only 2 shortstops hit 20 home runs as a shortstop. This year there are already 9, and there might be 3 or 4 more, including both starting shortstops in the game tonight.
Correa hasn't hit 20, has he?
No, he's got 19
okay.
as a shortstop. Brad Miller has 19. Didi Gregorius has 17. So there could be a dozen shortstops hit 20 home runs after just 2. Last year, Correa and Brandon Crawford were the only ones.
So a plethora of talent in the middle infield. We've been talking about second baseman.
Very good.
The shortstop.
You're right. It's also reflective of the way the game is changing. We may see a record set this year for home runs overall in Major League Baseball, which is stunning. And the curveball misses to Cabrera, 2-2. '26-year-old Adam Morgan out of the University of Alabama, 3rd-round pick by the Phillies in 2011.
Roll Tide. You know, it's interesting to see his hat just covered with the rosin.
At least when he came out of college to the Phillies, he didn't have to change his colors.
That's right. I mean, you try to make it a little less obvious than that, but oh well.
How many pitches does he have?
And he strikes out Cabrera with a slider, and he's got back-to-back strikeouts to start his night.
Well, change up away, back with the fast slider down and in. That was the combination he used to get Cabrera.
Just to clarify, there's nothing illegal about rosin on your hat.
I know. I should say that.
What you couldn't use was the pine tar, right, Ronnie?
You can't use the pine tar. It just looks a little funny when you have the rosin on the cap. But there's nothing illegal about it. I mean, listen, in today's game, you can lick your fingers on the mound, so you can do just about anything.
Well, here is Cespedes, who thought he had a game-winning home run last night and was denied by Ender Inciarte.
Thought he had 2 home runs.
Yeah. The one where he wound up with a double when it flipped out of Matt Kemp's glove at the fence, and then the one that stuck in Inciarte's glove that would have been a home run if not for that brilliant catch. Since joining the Mets, Cespedes has feasted on the Phillies. 9 home runs in 18 career games against the Phillies as a Met.
19 RBI.
And especially against the lefties. Takes the changeup for a strike, 2-1. Last year when the Mets had that 8 home run game in Philadelphia, it was Cespedes who hit the 8th and record-setting home run.
He has struggled this month, hitting .203, but he's driven in 13 runs in 18 games. So that's pretty good production for someone that's in a down period here. 14 for 69 to be exact for the month of September.
Two from Morgan to Cespedes, and it's upstairs, full count. TJ Rivera, new to the cleanup spot, waiting on deck.
Bit of a surprise.
3-2 coming, and Cespedes foul tips it, strike 3, and Morgan strikes out the side in the opening inning. Not a big strikeout pitcher, but he starts with 3 of them tonight. No score after 1. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. MLB.TV Premium includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Maikel Franco yanks one foul as we start the second inning.
This is not a team that's going to take a lot of pitches. They're going to be up there flailing away.
.299 on base percentage for Franco, which mirrors the team's number, .299, which is second to last in the National League. And that's not good. Philadelphia dead last in the National League in runs scored. They've got a few better pieces in place now, but they've got some work to do for next year, because they also have some really good prospects bubbling up. moving the shortstop J.P. Crawford, who we thought we might see in September, but they've got some power hitters on the rise too, an outfielder and a first baseman. So Pete Buchanan's team could be a little stronger next year, and they've identified some young starting pitching this year as well.
And they like what Pete has done. They gave him an extension, so good for him.
As top heavy as the National League East has been this year, it could change a lot very quickly with the Braves and the Phillies, who occupy the bottom two rungs, improving measurably next year.
It'll be interesting to see what the Braves do, because they've got a nice nucleus of a starting lineup. They need some pitching. And
Lugo didn't get that call. 1-2. There's the standings. We just saw the Braves, who really have perked up offensively the last 2 months. The Phillies are basically playing .500 ball over the last 3 months after a difficult start. Actually got off to a decent
real
start.
Good start.
Then went into a 26-32 losing play in May and June.
I think the one area that the Mets can look at is to have a .500 record in the East. Is just something that they didn't envision with Philadelphia and Atlanta with those records.
It's one of the reasons they haven't been able to compete with the Nats, who have dominated the division. And Franco takes inside a full count. So Lugo, after getting ahead 0-2, almost having struck out on the third pitch of the at bat, but now has run the count full. Ryan Howard on deck, and then Cameron Rupp for the Phillies in the second.
Fastball away for Lugo. There you go.
Pulled toward the hole, base hit. And Franco becomes the first base runner of the night. A leadoff single for the Phillies in the second.
As a pitcher, you always want to stay out of predictable pitches. 3-2. Maikel Franco also knows that the fastball is coming. Base hit.
also a guy with 22 home runs. You keep the ball away. You don't want to get hurt. He's a swinger.
Interesting, he at the back lifts his hands up before he starts his swing.
So here's Ryan Howard, who has been sitting the last few days with knee problems in his final days as a Philly. And he pops one foul off the left side. Ryan's 36 years old. He's at 379 career home runs, 46 of them against the Mets. Ward is the most among active players, although Stanton is moving up quickly.
Boy, the trio of Howard, Utley, and Pat Burrell when they were together. Whoa.
Well, Burrell went through that stretch where he was a Met killer. They kind of got him out later, but he had a real good run there of home runs against the Metsies.
He had 42 against the Mets. 1-1 to Howard. Cameron Rupp on deck, and a good curveball by Lugo, and flailing 1-2.
Burrell get a ring with the Giants 2010.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yes, he did. That was the year he went over there late, right? And was a big part of that push.
Ryan Howard's 46 career home runs against the Mets. The first one came in 2004 against Bartolome Fortunato, who was the other pitcher the Mets acquired with Victor Zambrano when they traded Scott Kazmir.
Victor Zambrano.
Great name. Bartolome. Anyway.
Yeah, he just got a piece of the curve and stays alive.
Interesting, Lugo. That's the most I've seen him throw the curve early.
Yeah.
He usually sprinkles it in.
Franco at first and nobody out. And Howard hits a double play ball right to Reyes. The flip to Cabrera and on to first. That's a 5-6-3 double play.
You know, I'm going to do 5R 6-3. so we know we hit it on the right side of the infield. Is that all right with you, Gary?
Perfectly okay, Keith.
Tailor-made.
Scoring has to be a little more creative these days.
It's like the nickel defense in football.
So now Cameron Rupp bats with 2 out and nobody on. Rupp, who had a good first half with the bat, is faded in the second half. And he takes a slider down for ball 1.
He's had a nice year, though. You know, I think that for Rupp, a big athlete trying to catch every single day, sometimes that wear and tear will make it difficult in September.
Took over as the starter this year. Carlos Ruiz was pushed to a relief role and then traded to the Dodgers for A.J. Ellis. They have their supposed catcher of the future, Jorge Alfaro, here as a September call-up, but he's not really playing. 2-1 to Rupp. Grounded slowly, and that'll kick foul. 2-2.
Mizuno Pro.
Mizuno Cameron Rupp model.
Mizuno Pro.
Oh, very nice.
That's a catcher taking care of the other catcher.
There was a day when you couldn't do that. Stand a bat on end.
Or it has the cupped at the end.
I never had anybody do that for me. Maybe that's why I have back issues.
Too much bending and picking up your bats. Granderson near that sidewall again and runs out of room. Granderson hit the sidewall hard last night, catching a foul fly off the bat of Matt Kemp, and banged his shoulder and head in to that padding, but it was okay.
You had someone hand you your bat, didn't you? Like a
Yeah.
catcher? Yeah.
Yeah, once in a while. But it just
That was one of the.
it wasn't done back
Yeah,
then.
you're not supposed to do it.
No.
Yeah.
It's the enemy.
Yeah.
I never took offense. An umpire would do it on occasion.
Yes, they would. Not for a pitcher hitting.
There's more fraternity in the game now.
It's like a membership to a country club without any dues.
It was I remember when I first came up with the Cardinals, and I'll get it in quick here. Strike 3. I said hello to Rusty the first time I saw Rusty, because Rusty was, my dad always had us watch Rusty as a hitter. He just nodded, walked away. He was old school.
By the way, he still does it to you now.
For other reasons.
Old habits die hard. Lugo with the curveball strikes out Rupp. No score in the second at Citi Field. lately this month they had the best starters ERA in Major League Baseball. Better than the Dodgers, Cubs, and Mets.
How about the Brewers in there? That's a shock.
Dead cat bounce. T.J. Rivera leads off in the home second.
Never judge things in spring training or September, Gary.
It's like an arsenal all over the supply division. Never had great pitching, the Brewers, in a long time.
T.J. Rivera, first day in the cleanup spot off the end of the bat, and he dunks one into center field for the Mets' first hit.
When you're hot, you're hot.
So at the cost of a piece of lumber, T.J. Rivera is aboard.
Probably been told umpteen times that doesn't have the game to play in the minor leagues. Finally gets to the big leagues, and a couple of weeks later he's hitting the cleanup spot. What a beautiful story.
He's not hitting 356, so it's not like he hasn't earned it.
Right? Meritocracy.
Curtis Granderson has been hitting cleanup most days. Dropped to the 5-hole against the left-hander. 17 RBIs in his last 19 games. And takes a fastball for a strike. 6 of Curtis's 28 home runs have come against left-handers, but he's hitting just .217 against them.
Swing.
Granderson gets jammed, and it's 0-2.
There's your target right here. Now watch Trump, the glove of Rupp. He had to come in just a couple inches, and there's your difference as far as a contact or non-contact. It's a game of inches, as we all know.
Or if you're into the metric system, millimeters.
That's right. That's right. And also nanoseconds.
I remember when I was a kid, my parents, that's all they wanted to do is make sure that me and my brothers knew the metric system, because it was coming.
It was going to be it. It was going to be dominant.
All right. I remember that.
Oh,
and I want nothing to do with it.
That and Esperanto.
There you go.
Granderson gets a hold of one down the right field line. Will it stay fair? Back in the corner. And it's out of here. Off the foul screen. Number 29 for Curtis Granderson. A 2-run shot, and the Mets take a 2-0 lead. Pitch, left-hander on the mound, no problem. Granderson gives the Mets the lead.
Well, I've never seen a team thrive and live off a home run like this team. Oh, 0-2 coming in. It is in, but not upstairs.
And it's almost like the wind kept that fair. It looked like it was going to be foul, hooking all the way. 8 home runs given up now by Morgan in 9 2/3 innings pitched.
And that Mets home run means $2,000 for No Kid Hungry, enough to provide 20,000 healthy meals, courtesy of Citi. The 7 home runs that Morgan had allowed against the Mets in his first 2 starts against them was already the most home runs that any pitcher had given up in their first 2 starts against the Mets. Now he's given up 1 more. Eric Campbell getting the start against the left-hander, works the count to 3-1. Campbell had a big pinch hit night before last against the Braves. Pinch hit again last night and came up empty, or actually was intentionally walked. And in the lineup tonight, his first start since May the 29th. Good changeup by Morgan, 3-2.
Well, talk about if you don't see managers playing hunches today. I know it was the one blown right-handed bench, but this was a surprise right here for me here late in putting Campbell in the lineup.
In the air to right center. Herrera back in the gap. And that's the first out of the inning. Well, that's the residue of the unavailability of Wilmer Flores, because normally that would be Flores' spot to play first base against the left-hander. But Wilmer somehow has now been out for 11 days since he had that home plate collision, and that wrist still is not allowing him to swing well enough to play.
I mean, you know, we found out today that we're not going to be surprised if Matz doesn't pitch. I wouldn't be surprised if Flores doesn't play the rest of the year.
Has any of the writers had a talk to Wilmer and asked him about it?
Oh, frequently. And he's had 2 cortisone shots now in that wrist. It's a bone bruise, and it's just not getting better. And you know how bone bruises can be.
Well, it's exactly, I know, but on the knee, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yep. It's a very unpredictable thing. Remember when Ike Davis got hurt?
That's right.
Yes.
In Colorado, and
seemingly just a simple injury.
And it was 4.5 months.
It was the end of his career.
Never really got better. Oh, he's playing for Team Israel this week, though. He's going to be in Brooklyn tomorrow. The WBC qualifying game. I believe it's a noontime start at MCU Park. If you want to see Ike play for Team Israel.
Do a little doubleheader. I'll meet you over there.
Josh Satin is playing for Team Israel too.
Really?
Yep.
We'll go to Gargiulo's for a little lunch. We'll make it a nice day.
Maybe run the Cyclone. 2-2 to Rene Rivera.
I'll meet you there.
Rivera hitting .333 against lefties with one of his 6 home runs. He hits that one slowly, and Galvis slides over to get it. 2 out. Get to Citi Field this Sunday for Fan Appreciation Weekend of the final regular season home game of 2016. When the Mets play the Phillies, all fans in attendance will receive a 2017 magnetic schedule courtesy of Hyundai. Plus, all kids 12 and under can run the bases in the Mr. Met Dash presented by Northwell Health. For tickets, visit Mets.com/tickets. Here's De Aza getting a start against a lefty, because the Mets really don't have a right-handed option other than Juan Lagares, who's not really able to swing the bat yet, coming back from thumb surgery. That's pulled. Foul.
Mets have a lot of players, but kind of a motley bunch, though. Some can play, some can't play. Some are hurt.
Lagares, who's been able to pinch run and play defense, but not swing the bat yet. He has been swinging to the cage the last few days, trying to get ready to do that. 1-2 to De Aza. Today's Toyota Twitter poll. Tweet us at SNYTV. Which injured Met out for the year has missed most? Wright, DeGrom, Harvey, Walker.
Saw Matt in the clubhouse yesterday before the game, and he dropped some serious pounds. From 240 down to like 225. Looks great.
Did he say when he was going to be able to start throwing again?
No, I did not ask him that. I don't have that reporter mentality yet.
We'll work on you.
Yet? You're not going to have it if you don't have it yet.
Hey, you never know. Might be a career shift for him in there somewhere. Kind of like getting a 2-seam fastball.
But he did tell me he may go next year at that weight. He's going to give it a shot.
Well, it worked for him in 2013, didn't it?
Oh, he looked great.
De Aza strikes out, the 4th strikeout for Adam Morgan, but the Mets off to the fast start with the home run again tonight. Curtis Granderson with his 29th of the year kept us fair down the line. Off the screen, attached to the foul pole. 2-run shot for Granderson, and the Mets take a 2-0 lead in the 3rd. Sunday at Mets Insider, it's the final push. Take a look back at the struggles, the injuries, and the rebounds the Mets had to endure this season to earn a spot in the playoff chase on Mets Insider, presented by W.B. Mason. Sunday at 4:30, only on SNY. Freddie Galvis leading off and hits one in the air to center field. De Aza has it lined up. One out. And that's pretty much the story of Galvis' season. He's a little guy who's decided to be a home run hitter, and he's hit 20. But he's got a .273 on base percentage.
And .240 average.
But isn't that really epidemic around baseball, that everybody now is a home run hitter, or at least fancies themselves one?
Well, I think they feel as though it's going to turn into real dollars for them, Gary. That's why.
I also think it's being encouraged by management. I think management wants home runs.
To the exclusion of everything else?
Well, where's the hit and run gone? The stolen base is not regarded highly anymore. So, yeah.
Aaron Altair hitting 8th in the order. It's been kind of a lost year for Altair, who had wrist surgery in March. Didn't play a game till late July and has hit just .203.
One of those kids that just tremendous athlete, just going to have to figure out how to hit a ball when it's spinning.
Born in Germany, grew up in Arizona. 1-2, and it's fouled off.
That's it, isn't it, Keith? To be an elite hitter, got to be able to hit the ball when it's spinning.
Yes, anybody that gets here can hit a fastball.
Yeah.
Most anybody with a marginal amount of talent, not the .220 hitters. It's the old Uncle Charlie that sends everybody out to that bread line, unfortunately.
The bread line. And Hooverville.
Lugo's already struck out 3 tonight. And make it 4 as he gets Altair with a high fastball. 2 out and nobody on.
Lugo has a beautiful lag in his delivery where he gathers himself and that ball explodes when it gets to the plate. Watch it right here. Stop and then let it go. Really gets a lot behind those pitches.
Does that lag create deception for the hitter?
Deception, and it allows his arm to catch up and get in front of him. If you don't have that lag, your arm will lag behind you.
If your arm's lagging, you don't throw a curveball like Lugo.
Yeah.
Adam Morgan 3 for 31 at the plate, quickly down in the count 0-2.
I mean, how many defensive swings have we seen at his fastball?
Throwing more curveballs in this game than he has in most of his starts.
This is where you get a little greedy if you're a pitcher. Pitcher's up. Let me get a punch out.
Yes.
Add it to the list.
Well, he's already got 4 strikeouts tonight, and his career high is 5. Making his 7th big league start tonight. Count to Morgan.
Rivera just keeps him going. And you always want to hit spots, but when you're facing the pitcher in a 3-2 count, really all you're trying to do is throw the ball as hard as you can down the middle.
Especially a guy who's a lifetime .088 hitter. And he gets the weak ground ball. And Lugo with the underhand toss to retire the side. He faces the minimum. First time through the batting order. Mets have a 2-0 lead in the 3rd. Baseball history presented by Budweiser. 28 years ago tonight, a young Ron Darling on the mound. And with that splitter, clinches the 1988 National League Eastern Division flag. Complete game performance.
It should have been the pitch before. Carter boxed up the splitter.
And he made up for it by hitting Keith in the chops during the
Saw that. Ronnie, you won your 16th. 9 innings, 6 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 4 punches.
Was that Joe West?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good call.
So, Ronnie, you had 115 pitches that game, 81 strikes.
Went straight into the ICU after that because 110 was my limit.
Got 16 ground balls, 11 fly balls.
Well, this is my favorite part of the celebration. Right across the chops.
I was hot. Joyous moment.
One more time.
Here you go.
Joyous moment. And look I can take a punch. I have no glass jaw there.
Left hook. Good thing he was wearing a glove. He would have been down.
Jeez, kid. I always wanted to horn the camera. He wanted me out of the picture.
That's called being a co-captain right there. There's Seth Lugo, 2 for 12 at the plate. Let's check out tonight's Verizon trivia question. Who played in the most Mets games as a teammate of Keith and Ron? So Ronnie arrived late '83.
Yeah.
Keith arrived a little earlier in '83. Keith played through '89. Ronnie, you were here till '90.
Yeah.
91, actually, you were traded away.
It really should have been '89. I don't know why they didn't trade me after the season, but that's another story.
Galvis throws out Lugo, one away. So who was here that entire time?
That played with Keith and I. So from '83 to '89.
Yeah, and the other guy.
You think it's Straw, right? I mean,
it'd be
it's your first
Strawberry.
choice.
The Strawberry was called up that year.
Came up in '83.
It's got to be Strawman.
He was Rookie of the Year that year. So yeah, that certainly makes sense.
Ooh, but Jesse was there.
Well, but he wouldn't have played in as many games.
Oh, okay.
But Mookie's the only other guy. Mookie was traded in '89. Reyes pulls one foul.
But Mook
he
was
every day.
platooned,
Right.
yeah.
Ojo played a lot of games.
Came later though.
Yeah, that's more like '87.
And he didn't start playing every day till '87.
Yeah, he rode some pine for a while.
You know, Straw played just about every day when, you know,
Yeah.
have a nagging hammy or something.
Or the back.
The back.
Nothing related to Cabassier.
I didn't know that was a medical term.
Yeah, it's in the medical journal under VSOP. Reyes shaking it off after fouling that ball off his leg.
You know, Morgan's slider is more impressive, and his changeup has been more impressive than the first couple times we've seen him. It's a good slider.
Little cutter.
Right off the outside of the knee. 1-2 to Jose, who struck out looking his first time. And takes that one in the dirt. 2-2. Morgan gave up a broken bat hit to T.J. Rivera and a 2-run homer to Curtis Granderson in the second. And now Reyes pokes one toward the middle, but it goes off the glove of Hernandez. Reyes takes a turn and hold on there. Looks like Hernandez was all set to play that ball as it kind of curled its way toward him, but he just botched it.
Was it a knuckleball?
I think it was off the end of the bat, and it was a screwball. Still got to make that play.
It was definitely slicing to the right.
I think he got it off the end of the bat, and it had a sidewinder. Fred Norman screwball.
There'll be an error charge to Hernandez. Never got to say that when you were playing. That's his 12th error of the year. And here's Cabrera, who struck out his first time up. The play ball right at Galvis. Hernandez with the easy turn for the 6-4-3 double play that ends the inning. So that negates the error in a hurry. We've played 3 now at Citi Field. The Mets have a 2-0 lead. The remainder of the series with Steven Matz unable to go. Gabriel Noah gets his second start tomorrow against Jeremy Hellickson. Has had a nice year for the Phils. And then Saturday, Noah Syndergaard tries to bounce back from his off start against Alec Asher, who's back from suspension. Sunday, Robert Gazelman and Jake Thompson, rookie the Mets haven't seen yet.
I haven't seen Asher or Thompson yet pitch.
Cesar Hernandez flied out to left field on the first pitch of the game from Seth Lugo. Lugo's alive, just one hit first time through the order, and that's scorched over the bag and down the line. It'll go all the way into the corner. Hernandez can run. He's on his way to second. He's going to take the turn and try for 3. The relay throw by Rivera to third is not in time, and Hernandez has his 11th triple of the season.
Beautiful strides like a gazelle. Boy, that's Motor City right here. Once he gets his stride, look at his long. He just kicks it. Nice slide too. Stand up, pop up slide.
I mean, Granderson and the relay, everyone did everything right, and he was in easily.
Too much speed.
Ties him for the league lead in triples with Chris Owings of Arizona. Here's Roman Quinn taking up and in for ball 1. So the Phillies with their second hit and a runner at third with nobody out. Quinn struck out his first time up. So Hernandez has now reached base in 27 straight games. And a letter high strike to Quinn, 1-1. Well, the number that Ronnie threw at you earlier comes into play here. Opposing hitters against Seth Lugo this year hitting 171. First runner in scoring position against him tonight.
And this is a tough mark right here.
And that'll get the run in. Rivera gets the out on Quinn. Hernandez comes in to score the first Phillies run to cut the Mets lead to 2-1.
Nice at bat by Quinn.
Well, he didn't give up a hit, but the run does come home. And 1 out and nobody on, and Odubel Herrera the batter. Herrera struck out his first time up. first pitch curveball sits high for ball one. You know, I was looking at Lugo's numbers. We've talked a lot about how good that curveball is and the spin rate and all that. It's only thrown at 17% of the time, but it seems like he's determined to use it more tonight.
Well, I think one of the things that he's done, which you admire, a lot of young pitchers come up and they want to throw all of their pitches because they feel as though they have to trick the hitters. He has done the opposite. He's established his fastball, and now he's starting to try to include that curveball more. The one thing that you forget sometimes is that when you start to incorporate other pitches, you have to make sure you maintain that foundation of the fastball to spots. That's always number one. Everything comes off that.
And he's behind on Herrera 3-1 with Michael Franco on deck. Lugo was first brought here to be a relief pitcher and had some success in that role. Made 9 relief outings before he was pressed into service as a starter. Herrera hits one out to center. Plenty of room for De Aza. And the irony of what's happened here with Lugo is that when he was pitching down in Vegas, the Mets had reached the conclusion that he couldn't be a starting pitcher because he didn't have success in that role. They moved him to the bullpen in Vegas, and that's how he arrived here. But now here he is going back to starting, and he's been spectacularly successful.
Wasn't that the same thing with DeGrom, that they were going to put him in the bullpen?
They were, but they hadn't given up on him when he started. That was just circumstantial. But this is a guy who this season in Vegas they decided he didn't have the wherewithal to be a starter.
Well, and it's another example that you just don't know when a young player comes to this level. Some of them thrive here. I mean, that's rare. Some of them thrive here more than they do in the minor leagues. Most don't.
Another fly ball to center. This one a little deeper. De Aza, though, has room out there. And that retires the side. So after the leadoff triple, Lugo retires the next 3. Phillies get their first run. 2-1 New York in the 4th.
Stuff like that. He was always telling me there's somebody out there working harder than you, you know, so.
That's with a 2-1 lead. Yoenis Cespedes will lead off for New York against Adam Morgan.
Big shift here with the left-hander on the mound and a change-up pitcher on the left side of that infield. This is an extreme shift for I've seen on Cespedes.
powered pretty far off the line. He's got limited ability to get back to the bag quickly.
When Cespedes is hot, this is a pitcher that he would feast on, you know, because everything's coming into him. The slider doesn't throw hard enough really to make him afraid of that ball inside.
Now with the slider, and it's 1-2.
Cespedes has been a little bit off.
T.J. Rivera on deck, then Curtis Granderson. That combo got the Mets on the board in the second. It's a target.
It's right over the 358 in left center, so or left field.
You could do that.
Yeah. So he's thrown 2 balls inside. The pitch is a changeup away. Let's see if he goes to it. Come on, Cameron. Fastball away.
Wants the slider down. And Morgan's not sure.
It's almost like, do not throw a strike with this pitch. Just make sure you throw it, you bounce it.
Well, how many times have we seen in these situations a breaking ball over the plate that Cespedes hits out of sight? And he did bounce it, and it's 3-2. Cespedes came into the night hitting .342 against left-hand pitching, the 5th highest mark in the league.
Well, he hasn't thrown the change. You think he's got to go to the 3-2 changeup. Back to the slider. Dangerous pitch.
And Cespedes cracks one to the left for a base hit. Morgan's fortunate that it was only a single. The location of that slider.
And the slider did not have much break. It was upstairs.
Where pitchers get in trouble with Cespedes is when they are 3-2. They think if they just spin it up there in the strike zone, they're going to fool him. You're playing right into his power. Loves the breaking ball.
So the Mets have their 3rd hit against Morgan. Here's T.J. Rivera, who had the first one, a broken bat single to center, and scored in front of Granderson's home run. T.J.'s now hit in 7 straight games. He's making his 9th straight start tonight. And he takes outside for ball 1. Out of Lehman High School in the Bronx. Junior college in Alabama, playing for Mackey Sasser. Troy University in Alabama, from where he was not drafted by a single major league team. Gets beat on the fastball, and it's 1-1.
Mackey was in Atlanta. Came to the clubhouse.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize him when I first said hi, Keith. I did not recognize him.
Wow.
And not that he was overly obese or skinny. I just didn't recognize him.
Once he started talking, you recognized.
Yes, and then when he made his throwing motion, I knew it was right away.
You're a bad man.
That is.
Mackey was in great spirits. It was good to see him.
Yes, it was.
He was there to visit T.J. Rivera, whom he recommended to the Mets, that they sign him as a free agent after he was not drafted, and it's turned out to be a wonderful recommendation.
Mackey was a hacker, boy. He'd up there. He was a swinger.
He could hit, man. Left-hand hitter. You go after that first pitch fastball.
Didn't walk a lot. Love to swing the bat.
It's a good changeup by Morgan.
It's a good pitch for Morgan.
Screwball action there. Darting away from the right-hand batter. Cespedes at first and nobody out. Mets with a 2-1 lead in the 4th. Granderson waiting on deck. And Rivera goes down on the slider. And that's the first out. 5th strikeout for Adam Morgan.
Now that was a pretty good sequence of pitches right there. Ronnie going all that off-speed stuff away, and then don't throw the slider for a strike.
And that was a late breaker too. Good pitch.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Granderson. Curtis hit the 2-run homer his first time up. Just kept it fair down the right field line. In his last 20 games now, Curtis has 9 home runs and 19 runs batted in. So he is finishing this season with his strongest month. And he takes one of the dirt for ball 1. You know, Mackey is 3rd on your all-time list of catchers who caught you.
I know.
Really?
Yes, I do. I know that.
Carter #1, Terry Steinbach #2, Mackey #3.
Really? I never would have thought that.
The only issue I have with Mackey is that I blocked more balls than he did when we pitched with each other.
You also controlled the running game.
He could hack though, man. I'm looking up here. 283 career hitter as a man in 5 years.
Yeah.
Good hitter.
He was great off the bench too. That was good. He didn't play every day. He was the threat. Was a good pinch hitter.
Granderson takes a 2-0 changeup for a strike. Curtis's home run against Morgan was his 7th against left-handers this year of his 29. To answer our Verizon trivia question, we asked who played the most games as a teammate of Keith and Ron. We figured it was Strawberry.
Yes. That would play the most games. That had to be Strawman.
767 games with Keith, 214 with Ron.
Straw came up in May, I believe, of '83.
That's because Ronnie only played every 5th day.
If you were smart, you would have done that too.
And he'd be Sunday Bruce Bochy.
Oh, one of my favorite teammates.
Did you see the picture of Bruce Bochy and Vin Scully?
Yes.
From last night. Yeah, I think Terry Collins started that earlier this year. Players and managers visiting Vinny in the booth. Granderson holds the swing. Because I asked Vinny about it when we did that interview, and he said that Terry had done it, that he figured others would follow, and that has happened. There's been a flood of players and coaches and managers going up to pay tribute to Vinny in his final season.
That picture reminds you that humans come in all forms. Coach is such a big man.
Especially from the neck up.
That's right. Did you read? I think it was Jason Stark's article on people, their recollections of Vin. It was as good a read as you're going to get out there, folks.
Wonderful oral history. Cespedes was not running on the first 3-2 pitch. Not running again, and it's too high, ball 4, and Granderson's on base. First walk given up by Morgan, and the Mets have 2 men on. So now a chance for Eric Campbell. Flied out to center in his first at bat. Eric started 17 games for the Mets earlier this season, mostly filling in at first base right after Lucas Duda got hurt before the Mets got James Loney. Once Loney arrived, Campbell wound up back in the minors and now up in a big spot in a big game. And he takes a strike. Cespedes at second, Granderson at first. Loney sitting tonight against the lefty. Ball and a strike.
Morgan will make the turn as a lefty. His stuff is good enough. Once he gets a little more aggressive with his fastball, he just does not throw enough fastballs for strikes.
That changeup up, and Campbell fouls it off. 1-2. Morgan 26 years old, went to high school in the Atlanta area, but then went to college where his dad did. Wiley Morgan was a pitcher at Alabama.
Oh, wow.
The team that went to the championship game of the College World Series in 1983. And Adam Morgan followed Wiley to the mound for the Tide.
Legacy. I love his glove. Adam Morgan's glove it's called Heart of the Hide. It's a Rawlings glove. When I was a kid, I had to have it. Told my father, I'll be better, Dad, if I get this glove. He said, if you earn half of it, I'll pay the other half.
Oh, nice.
So I got a newspaper job right away, delivering the newspapers, and in about 8 months it took me to come up with the $30. It was $60 in those days.
Well, imagine what it is now.
Yeah, right.
Two coming to Campbell, and he gets him. Strider strikes out Campbell for the second out.
Boy, lots of strikeouts here for this Mets lineup against a guy who is more of a contact pitcher.
10 strikeouts in the game, 6 for the Metsies and 4 for the Phils.
So now 2 out and 2 on, and Rene Rivera, who grounded out short his first time up. By the way, when Adam Morgan's dad pitched for Alabama in '83 and they lost in the College World Series, the team that beat them was the University of Texas. Roger Clemens.
Right. Calvin Schiraldi.
Oh.
Spike Going.
Spike Going.
It's a little scary that his dad pitched in the College World Series in '83. And my last year in college was '81. That's where we're at, isn't it?
Seem to be finding those kinds of scary thoughts every day.
Yes.
Cespedes at second, Granderson at first with 2 out. And Rene hits one out to center. Herrera started back, now in. And that retires the side. Mets strand a couple in the 4th. Still lead 2-1. To invite you to test drive a new Ford, you'll discover why Ford is the total package. Seth Lugo with a 2-1 lead as we go to the 5th. Ryan Howard leads off for the Phillies. The other competitors in the wild card race, the Cardinals are off tonight. They open a series at Wrigley Field tomorrow afternoon. The Giants open a series later tonight in San Diego with Jeff Samardzija on the mound. Three-way tie going into the day with 10 to play for all parties. Howard hits one out to center field pretty deep. Back goes De Aza to the warning track, back at the wall, and it's out of here. Ryan Howard ties the game with his 23rd home run of the year, his 47th career home run against the Mets, and this game is even at 2.
You called it, Ron.
This is his last hurrah, guys. He's going to make it work.
Well, he's so doggone strong. Fastball down out over the plate where he likes to extend his arms. And we've seen that a ton of times. Number 23.
23 and 307 at bats.
Cameron Rupp hits one out to right field. Jason Granderson back near the wall, and it's out of here. Back-to-back home runs for Howard and Rupp, and just like that, 2 pitches, 2 home runs in this top of the 5th, and the Phillies lead it 3-2. 16th of the year for Cameron Rupp as he goes the other way.
Well, this is what you've loved about these young pitchers, Gazelman and Lugo, is that they've really been able to limit the home runs allowed. But now only 4 home runs and so far given up before these 2.
Another one too much middle and up. Went right with it.
So back-to-back home runs on the first 2 pitches of the top of the 5th. And now Freddie Galvis threatening a bunt.
Up, belt high, and out over the plate.
Both strong men.
And now 2-0 to Galvis, who flied out to center his first time up. So the Mets bullpen quickly to work after Lugo finds immediate trouble here in the 5th.
Just like Atlanta, you know, this has been an awful summer for Atlanta and Philadelphia. It's the chance to kind of go home with a smile.
Now the Phillies will get plenty of chances. Starting tonight, the Mets play 7 times with the Phillies in their final 10 games. 4 here and then 3 to finish the season in Philadelphia. 3-2 to Galvis. Last year the Mets dominated the National League East en route to the division title. This year they're playing .500 against their own division. In a year when these 2 teams, the Braves and the Phillies, were supposed to be ripe for the taking. Popped up into shallow center. And in comes De Aza. 1 out.
Well, you're hoping Lugo can right the ship here because he's coming up next inning. Can always hit for him next inning if he can retire 2 more.
He hasn't given up more than 3 runs in any start yet.
Yeah.
Eric Goodell is up in the bullpen. His brother Tyler took a shot in the helmet yesterday against the White Sox. Looks like he'll be okay, but it doesn't look like he's going to play again this year.
Wonder if Kinsler's going to play again this year.
There's the curveball.
1-1 to Altair, has struck out his first time up, and now he fouls one back. Speaking of Kinsler and the Tigers, they put a win on the board this afternoon, beating the Twins in a first end of a day-night doubleheader. Detroit started the day just 1 game back in the AL wild card. So did Houston. That thing is a traffic jam.
Well, the Twins can go on some serious losing streaks this year, can't they? Man,
They found one here.
they had a 13-game losing streak, an 11, a 9, an 8, and they're what, working on a 5 right now?
It's 5 now. 1 more to play tonight. Curveball inside, 3-2. Pitcher Morgan is on deck. Second straight full count for Lugo. And Altair takes outside, ball 4, 3-2 slider with the pitcher on deck. His first walk of the day. Checking with Steve Gelbs. His report tonight is brought to you by Kia. Steve?
Well, Gary, you've been mentioning earlier today about how much more Lugo is using the curveball tonight than he has at any point this season. And despite all the talk about the spin rate and how effective that curveball is, Lugo actually said that he hasn't felt all that comfortable throwing his curveball, that it can get much better. And part of the reason why it hasn't been as good as it was in the past in his mind is that when he was in Vegas, it wasn't getting the same bite. So he altered how he was throwing it, trying to make up for the thin air out there. He would change his arm angle as Campbell makes the play right there. So the sacrifice is in play, but he would change his arm angle. He would change how far in front of his body he was throwing the curveball, all with the attempt to try and make that curveball bite extra in Vegas. And it's such a field pitch that he hasn't quite gotten it back until maybe tonight.
Well, I can understand the light air.
Well, we've seen it in Colorado.
Yep.
Pitchers going out there, and Darryl Kyle was a perfect example. A guy who lived with his curveball, and when he went to Colorado, it didn't work.
Yeah.
So now Altair is at second with 2 out. Cesar Hernandez, who tripled his last time up and scored the first Philadelphia run. Lugo trying to put the brakes on this 5th inning. And a first pitch curveball in for a strike.
That's a good one there. He's thrown some good ones, but it's been 50-50. It's either been real nasty or it's been out of the strike zone.
Gets ahead 0-2.
He's been up with his fastball today, Ron, a little bit. He's got hurt home runs on pitches out over the plate this inning that are belt high.
Well, like most pitchers, when he throws the ball up, it's usually straighter than when the ball's down.
Check swing foul.
Well, those Atlanta Braves are making things tough on Miami, who's trying to climb back in. They are hot, the Braves.
5-1 they lead in the 5th. Matt Kemp in another home run, his 32nd.
It's 20 for Miami. Is that Wei Yin Chen?
We've neglected Pittsburgh. How in the heck? They're 3.5.
Well, it's because the Mets, the Cardinals, and the Giants keep losing. That's why. It was Urania who started for the Marlins. He's out now. Josh Colementor, his second start for the Braves, was good the first time. He's been good so far tonight.
The tomahawk thrower.
Yeah. Hadn't started the game since June of last year before the Braves plugged him into the rotation. Lugo about to throw his 80th pitch of the night. Ahead 1-2 on Cesar Hernandez. And the curveball is down. 2-2. Sean Gilmartin joins Eric Goodell in the Mets bullpen. You got the switch hitter Quinn on deck. The left-hand hitter Herrera behind him. 2-2 coming, and it's inside to Hernandez. Third full count in the last 4 batters for Lugo.
Well, Hernandez is seeing the ball well. There's Quinn on deck. You can watch certain hitters the way they take pitches. Is that there's no urgency or
no panic.
Better word. Thanks, Garrett.
And the curveball misses for ball 4, and now there are 2 men on. Second walk of the inning for Lugo. And Dan Warthen's going to visit the mound. So it looks like Lugo will get one more batter with Roman Quinn, the switch hitter, coming up. Sunday after the Jets-Chiefs game, tune to SNY for a complete game breakdown with behind-the-scenes access, player reactions, and Todd Bowles' post-game comments on Jets Post-Game Live. Presented by Toyota Sunday immediately after the Jets-Chiefs game. And I'm telling you, if you switch over from the game broadcast, it's right that second that they start the post game right here on SNY.
Forget about the Jets, Gary. Can we say goodbye to our good friend Russ Relkin? This is his last game today.
Oh.
Russ is leaving us. greatest stage manager in the history of the game. We're lucky. All the people that work here are just fantastic. But Russ goes the extra mile.
Thanks, Russ.
Thank you, Russ.
Good luck with the bat mitzvah on Saturday.
That's right. Samantha's bat mitzvah. Read your Haftorah well, Samantha.
Very good.
Here's Roman Quinn with 2 out and 2 on. And Lugo misses away. Quinn drove in the first Phillies run with a ground out. He's 0 for 2. Altair at second. Hernandez at first with 2 down. That's a good changeup by Lugo. 1-1.
So from the category of to try something different.
The first one he's thrown all night. Came right back with it. 1-2.
That was not as good. That one was up in the strike zone. Got away with that with Quinn.
1-2. And the curveball misses. 2-2.
He's erratic with the breaking ball, and he's trying to throw it more and mix it in to his repertoire here. And
28 pitches deep into this 5th inning. 2 on, 2 out, 2-2 to Quinn. Lifted to left field, easy for Cespedes. And that retires the side, but not before the Phillies take the lead. First pitch of the inning that Lugo threw. Ryan Howard hit it out of the ballpark. His 47th career home run against the Mets. The next pitch that Lugo threw, Cameron Rupp hit out of the ballpark to give the Phillies a 3-2 lead halfway through. That is gone. Back-to-back home runs by Ryan Howard and Cameron Rupp, putting the Phillies on top. Alejandro De Aza leads off the bottom of the 5th and takes a slider for a strike from Adam Morgan. Ty Kelly has come out on deck to pinch hit with the pitcher due up next, and then Jose Reyes. So Seth Lugo done after 5. Faced the minimum first time through the order, but a triple and 2 home runs, putting a crimp in Lugo's night. De Aza struck out his first time up.
Well, we were talking in the open about all the expanded rosters, and here we are in the 5th going into the 6th, a 1-run ball game. With a normal bench, you might leave Lugo in.
If it were earlier in the year.
Yeah.
I mean, in a certain respect, you play games now with 10 games to go, like postseason games. The difference is in the postseason, you only have a 25-man roster. You have to be a little more judicious.
I think with the young starting pitchers that are going for the Mets, I think you have to be very careful once you get to the third time through the lineup, each and every time.
Well, if the Mets do make it to the postseason and get past the wild card game, there's every chance that Seth Lugo is going to be the Mets' number 3 starter.
Yep, agreed.
Behind Syndergaard and Cologne. And De Aza strikes out. That's 7 strikeouts for Adam Morgan, 1 shy of his career high.
Just a heavy dosage of sliders to De Aza. You know, I don't know if it's too young in his career. I don't track that stuff. Front office knows, but if the Mets were to move deep into the playoffs, Syndergaard would have to have a Bumgarner kind of postseason. He really would.
Well, the way it's shaping up, I mean, we don't know what the deal is going to be with Steven Matz, but we just know he hasn't pitched in almost a month and a half, and he now has been ruled out of pitching tomorrow. They're going to have to shut him down for a few days. Felt a little something in his shoulder after throwing his bullpen yesterday. So just for planning purposes, if you're Terry Collins, Sandy Alderson, you have to be thinking we have to plan as though Matz is not going to be available at all.
Agreed.
And if he happens to be at some point, then great, but the odds are not in his favor. Kelly takes a strike, 2-1. Kelly was one of the 22 players the Mets used last night. Played an inning of defense at third base.
Made a nice play coming in on a slow tapper. Oh, he's really far away from the plate, Ty Kelly.
Got the count in his favor at 3-1. And it's inside, ball 4. 3-1 changeup from Morgan. And he uses his second walk of the night. Greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. There's the pitching matchup in San Diego tonight. Padres put a crimp in the Giants' hopes the last time they faced them, and the Mets are hoping the Padres can do it again. Christian Friedrich going for the Padres tonight against Jeff Samardzija.
Didn't Friedrich throw a gem against the Mets?
So that's the start of a 4-game series. Cardinals, as we mentioned, are off. They're at Wrigley tomorrow afternoon. Here's Reyes, and he hits one in the air to left center field. Back goes Herrera. He's got room. Tagging at first is Kelly, but he's not going anywhere. And that's the second out. So Reyes flies out on the first pitch. And now 2 out and a runner at first for Cabrera, who has struck out and grounded into a double play tonight, 0 for 2. By the way, if you think the fact that T.J. Rivera is hitting cleanup for the Mets tonight is an aberration, the Baltimore Orioles tonight have a player named Trey Mancini DHing and hitting 5th in their order. He just hit a 3-run homer to tie up their game with the Red Sox. Wow. His second big league home run. So it happens in pennant races, and that's an enormously important game for the Orioles, who are in the second wild card spot coming into the day, but there is a lot of tailgating going on right behind them.
That's right. Start to get these games where you have to have them kind of games. Baltimore's there.
Little tapper. Charging is Franco. Can't make the bare hand play. Not sure he needed to barehand it with Cabrera on that sore leg running.
And you're right, Gary. He did not.
Cabrera grimacing as he had trouble slowing down. He went about, what, 60, 70 feet past the bag just trying to decelerate.
He's busting. He's trying to get down that line.
Hardest thing for him to do is to stop.
Right.
Slow down.
He needs one of those parachutes in the back.
So he gets credit for an infield hit. And now the Mets have 2 men on and Cespedes coming up. Cespedes drilled a base hit to left field on a 3-2 breaking ball in the 4th. 1 for 2 on the night. It's worth noting with 2 runners aboard that if Cespedes hits it to a particular spot in the ballpark, Ender Inciarte is not playing center field.
Well, if he throws a pitch like he did the last time we got a single, it won't matter who's playing anywhere. The fan will catch it.
Again, a pretty shallow outfield. The Phillies are playing. All 3 outfielders shallow for a big bopper. That's a little dangerous.
Especially with the go-ahead run standing on first base. Ball over your head. Mets could have the lead. Good sinker by Morgan, 1-2.
We'll see if the Phillies take what the Braves used for 3 days, and that is the fastball away when they've gotten ahead of Cespedes.
One-two coming. He bounces the breaking ball, and breaking for third is Kelly, and he'll make it standing. Cabrera did not dare to follow, but Kelly takes off on the short wild pitch, and the Mets have runners at the corners now.
Cabrera didn't go because of the knee. Kelly very alertly. There you go. You're on your toes. You're ready to move.
And remember, at first base, you do have to pause 1/2 a second because you have to make sure that Kelly's going. Boy, to get thrown out with Cespedes at the plate.
That is the first wild pitch of the season for Adam Morgan. So now the tying run at third with 2 down. 2-2 to Cespedes. TJ Rivera would be next.
Should be able to peek in on the signs now. No one on second base. Wants a slider, RJ.
Cespedes fouls it off. .93 pitches for Morgan working in the 5th inning. Nobody up yet in the Phillies bullpen, but that's about to change.
Well, Morgan's got to can that slider to Cespedes. He is right on the speed of it. Fastball away is a good pitch.
Shook off the change.
2-2. Poke toward the hole, base hit. That'll tie up the game. Kelly comes in to score. Cespedes not trying to do too much. Just knocked it through the hole to get the Mets even. It's 3-3.
Well, this is the one thing about Cespedes that I love. He's struggling this month, but he knows when just to get a base hit. The pitch was outside, maybe off the plate, and just good hitting. That's off the plate. He's reaching for it. Well done.
So Cespedes drives in his 82nd run of the year, gets the Mets back even. Bob McClure, the Phillies pitching coach, heading to the mound as the bullpen starts to crank for the Phils. Luis Garcia, first man up. TJ Rivera coming up with 2 out and 2 on.
I think that was a record for Bobby Mack. He didn't get out there till 13 seconds on the clock.
Looks like he was
Randy Fletcher, the home plate umpire, out to chase him away. Mets were up 2-0 in this game. Phillies got a run in the fourth. Back-to-back homers from Howard and Rupp in the top of this inning. Cespedes' 2-out RBI hit gets the Mets back even. And now Rivera, who's 1 for 2, had a broken bat single and scored in the second, struck out in the fourth. Cabrera carrying the go-ahead run at second. Cespedes at first. So the two guys with the bad legs are running the bases for the Mets. And Rivera goes after that first pitch changeup, which Morgan had success against TJ with the first time. Morgan's season high is 103 pitches. He's at 95 now. Nobody covering.
Baffling to you folks at home, baffling to us in the booth.
Ball and a strike to Rivera. .74 at bats deep into Rivera's big league career, hitting .351 with 3 home runs and 10 driven in. He's got 2 aboard, and he goes after another changeup, and it's 1-2.
This one middle of the plate, but the speed differential fooled him. .353 average in Las Vegas for the batting title.
Consistent. But he strikes out. 3 changeups got him. Second time he's been struck out. 8 strikeouts for Morgan, matching his career high, but the Mets get even on the Cespedes hit. It's 3-3. So for all the talk about how the Mets have the easier schedule, which in terms of won-loss records is true, as Sean Gilmartin comes into pitch, those other two teams will be home the last week. The Mets will be on the road.
And the Cardinals have had a hard time at home.
So Odubel Herrera 0 for 2. He bluffs the bunt and takes it high. 2-0. Herrera struck out and flied out. Seth Lugo went 5 innings, allowed 3 runs, 4 hits, a walk, 4 strikeouts, 87 pitches for Lugo, who allowed 2 home runs. He will neither win nor lose tonight. Gilmartin last pitched in the opening game of the series against the Braves after Syndergaard got knocked out in the 4th inning. Sean faced 4 batters, retired them all with a couple of strikeouts.
Yeah, he's had 7 appearances since being recalled. He's pitched 7 in the 3rd innings, given up a couple of runs.
Michael Franco on deck. And Herrera takes the breaking ball inside. 3-1. Popped it up. Campbell tracking it. Stays with it. 1 out. Michael Franco coming up. The Science of Baseball is brought to you by Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. More science, less fear.
Watch his take back and watch how his hands come up. Interesting. I think it makes him a much better low ball hitter. But most guys go straight back or they have a hitch downward. He's unique where he comes up.
And why does that make him a better low ball hitter?
I think he can come down on the ball better when you're up higher. So it's a lot of movement, but you know what? Willie Mays had a hitch. Hank Aaron had a little bit of a hitch.
Well, when you talk about a hitch, you're talking about something that happens before the pitch is thrown. So isn't it just a timing mechanism?
Yes, it is. And he does come up, and that is it's unusual. I've not seen very many guys. I can't recall anybody that comes up with his hands on his take back as Michael does here. Franco.
It's a timing mechanism. It's also a power mechanism. You know, we can get that bat started, a little more bat speed.
1-2 from Gilmartin. Grounded right at the shortstop. Herrera takes his time. 2 out. So as a pitcher, if you see a hitter who's got that kind of mechanism with his hands coming up like that, is there a way you can take advantage of that?
I wouldn't really see that his hands go up. I wouldn't see that as a pitcher, but I would notice that his hands are up. And most hitters that I've faced, if their hands start high, that means they're low ball hitters. Guys who start kind of level or low are guys that are more high ball hitters. It's almost the same across the board.
And I know I'm not being contemporary here, but one of the great hitters of all time, Stan Musial, with that funky stance. All the pitchers that faced Stan said when they first saw him, "Oh, we can pitch him inside," with that stance that he had, and they found out real quick that they couldn't.
Ryan Howard tied up this game with a home run in the 5th inning. His 47th against the Mets. And Gilmartin ahead of him 0-2. Willie Stargell still has the all-time record for home runs against the Mets with 60. But Howard's moving up fast. Mike Schmidt 49, Chipper Jones 49, Willie McCovey 48, and then Howard in 5th place with the 47. He's got half dozen games with the Mets before this season's over. Check swing, and he did not go around.
Oh, Joe.
I think everybody on the field other than Ryan Howard thought that he did, but Joe West gave him a pass.
He must be in Joe's good graces.
Ooh. That's a swing almost 99% of the time.
Country music fan, Ryan Howard.
Missouri State.
Maybe he bought a couple of Joe's LPs.
You know, you allude to Country Joe West and his musical career often. Is he any good?
I've not heard Joe do anything. I have not. I must confess. All I wanted to do when Joe umped was not get on his bad side. I just didn't argue with him. He gets you nowhere.
Rivera wants it up from Gilmartin. And it's inside. It hits Howard. And he'll go to first base.
Hit him right on the inside part of the arm or elbow.
Right off that pad. Terry Collins out to the mound with the right-hand hitter Rupp coming up. He wants the right-hander out of the bullpen. So Gilmartin retired the first two but couldn't put away Howard. And now Eric Goodell will come in to face Cameron Rupp. The call to the bullpen is brought to you by Verizon. 3-3 in the sixth. We'll be right back. Eric Goodell will replace him.
Well, you see Goodell's Jeep numbers here to get out Rupp, who in his last at bat took a fastball from Lugo over the right center field wall.
It was Rupp's 16th home run of the year. Goodell last pitched Sunday and ending in the third against the Twins. He wound up the winning pitcher in that game. And his first pitch splitter is in for a strike.
So did we get a matchup of the Goodell against Goodell all year?
Has not happened, and it apparently will not happen now because Tyler is hurt after getting hit in the helmet last night. That's popped up behind first. Campbell back, Rivera over, and they can't get there. Front row. Souvenir out of play. Nice crowd gathered on a Thursday night at Citi Field. Probably the biggest crowd of the homestand so far.
Yes.
Only 3 more home games left after tonight. Fan appreciation weekend. And every game of utmost importance to this team. 0-2 to Rupp. Popped it up. This one may stay in play for Campbell. And it does. And he grabs it. Side retired. Goodell gets one big out and keeps this game tied. 3-3 as we go to the bottom of the 6th at Citi Field. Rivera would be the Mets cleanup hitter in a big game in the second to last week of the season. But the undrafted free agent has had to fight perceptions at every turn, and he's done that with a work ethic that he says he learned in childhood.
My dad would always tell me, you know, whenever I wanted to go out with my friends or something when I was getting around that age where I wanted to go hang out and stuff like that, he was always telling me there's somebody out there working harder than you, you know. So that kind of attitude was kind of installed in me as a young kid. And I don't know, I just always felt like if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down giving everything I have, and that's the mentality I'm going to have the rest of my life. And I just feel like I'm not doing the right thing if I'm not working at least harder or as hard as everybody else.
Well, that's the bottom line. That's how you get there.
You are so influenced by your parents, and they instill that work ethic. That's all good, man.
Curtis Granderson facing Luis Garcia, the new Philadelphia pitcher. Curtis's 2-run homer in the second inning got the Mets off to a good start tonight. His 29th of the year.
Well, as you guys mentioned, Mackey Sasser, the former Met, was his junior college coach in Alabama, and I spoke to Sasser the other day, and he said that this was the type of player, Rivera, that every coach dreamed of, this incredible singular focus where he knew where he wanted to go as Granderson strikes out and did everything he possibly could to get there. And he spoke about how often practice would end and TJ Rivera would go the extra mile working after practice. And I was speaking to TJ about it a little bit. He said some of his best memories of playing down in Alabama there were at night when the cages, the batting cages across the street were locked, trying to find a way in 8, 9 p.m. at night, just trying to finagle his way into the lock, or sometimes leaving the cages open and telling the coaches that he had locked it up just so that people couldn't get in. But this is a guy in TJ Rivera that, as Terry Collins said the other day, has always had to go the extra mile to get recognized.
James Loney batting for Eric Campbell with the right-hander in the game. Loney went 4 for 10 in the series against the Braves. Here are the numbers on Garcia, just his 13th game of the year.
He's got good stuff. We saw him earlier in the year.
See, lefties have crushed him in his limited chances this year. And Loney hits one right back off Rivera, who goes down like a shot. Howard plays the carom, and Loney is out at first base. Meanwhile, Garcia having trouble getting up. Well, Loney is not fast, and neither is Howard. They raced each other. Howard got there first, but now all the concern for Luis Garcia. That was a bullet off the bat of James Loney.
I thought it got him in the shoe.
Oh, got him on the inside part of the shin above the ankle. Whoa. Might have got the ankle, not quite sure.
Yeah, right in that neighborhood.
He's walking around pretty good.
Quite a play by Howard here,
I'll say. And he beat him to the bag.
He was out.
Nice play, Ryan.
That's the hardest assist Garcia will ever have on that 1-3 put out.
Jeez, you're going to charge the mound on this guy? Look at him. Holy cow, he's a monster.
He's going to stay in there. I love it. Kind of hacky sacked it over there to Howard. Not intentional.
Still flexing that left ankle.
He said, I'm good.
He's convinced them.
He went down like a big oak tree.
Big tree fall hard.
Like a redwood. Sequoia. Boom. Timber.
He did a good job of redirecting it.
Yes, he did. Good for him staying in. Like it.
2 out and nobody on. Here's Rene Rivera, who's grounded out and flied out 0 for 2. So Loney pinch hit for Campbell, so he'll stay in at first base.
Does he get an assist for that, Gary?
Yes, he does. Who the one was it last year with Carlos Torres?
Oh yeah.
Deflected it over to Murph, and then Murph got it back to Torres for the 1-3-1. That's it toward the hole. Franco flags it down and throws out Rivera, side retired. A painful inning for Luis Garcia, but a successful one as he sets the Mets down 1-2-3. We go to the 7th, still tied at 3. Tied at 3. Luis Garcia able to hang in there after taking that shot on his ankle.
Good for him. Manned up.
Now the Mets will bring in Fernando Salas to pitch the top of the 7th.
Well, it started out almost perfectly for Fernando Salas in a Mets uniform, but it's been more of a slog of late.
James Loney, who pinch hit, stays in at first base. Freddie Galvis leads off, attacks the first pitch and fouls it back. Galvis up twice, flied out to center field both times. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Galvis. I mean, they've got the kid Crawford, J.P. Crawford, who's going to be their shortstop of the future. Galvis has had an odd year in that he's hit 20 home runs, but his on-base percentage has been awful. His defense has been terrific.
He's the kind of guy that you might be able to move to a team that's a real good team, an established team that just needs a defensive shortstop, but a guy who can produce a little bit of offense.
And Galvis pops this one to shallow left. Cespedes coming on. 1 out.
You know, the weird thing about these times of year is that, lucky I didn't play with too many losing teams, but you get some guys that spend the month of September trying to add their power stats a little bit, you know, huh, Keith? Like if a guy's got 18, he's really trying hard to get to 20.
Sure, no question. If they're playing it out, yeah.
There's Aaron Altair, who struck out and walked. It's probably particularly true if you get a game where you're playing a contender and they build a big lead against you early.
Yeah.
That's when you're more likely to take that kind of at bat. Or of course if you're playing another non-contender.
Or if you're not a team-oriented player and don't care. That happens too.
There are a few of those running around.
Big time.
In every generation.
Yes.
There's some of them in the Hall of Fame.
You can identify them straight away.
Altair takes the slider off the plate, 2-1. Cody Ashley has come out on deck to bat for the pitcher.
Doesn't seem that long ago that Cody Ashley was penciled in as the third baseman of the future.
And along came Michael Franco. They moved Ashley to the outfield. He's had some injury issues. He hasn't produced. And right now he is on the outside looking in. Fernando Salas last work night before last against the Braves. Worked an inning, no runs and 1 hit. Actually did a nice job. Came into a bases loaded spot in the 6th inning and got a couple of outs to get through it. 3-2 now to Altair. Red Sox have gone in front of Baltimore 4-3. They're in the bottom of the 6th. Boston trying for their 8th straight win. They have picked the right time of year to go on the big hot streak.
Well, their pitching has been great. Price hasn't lost in 8 or 9 starts. Of course, Porcello with 21 wins. Buchholz yesterday. He's turned his whole season around the last half dozen starts.
Altair strikes out on the high fastball. 2 down in the inning.
How about the job that John Farrell's done there? He came over there and kind of calmed everything down when he took over that ball club.
Well, especially considering he missed half the season last year because of cancer. And early in the season this year, there was a lot of talk of, as there is all the time now with managers, that he wasn't the guy for the job. They needed to make a move because they were scoring a lot of runs but not getting any pitching, and that is, they're a complete team now.
Here's Ashe hitting .218 for the year. Has put 3 infielders on the right side against him. Well, the Boston Magic number for clinching the AL East is 6.
They did it with the reverse massacre. Remember in 1978 they lost 4 straight down the stretch to the Yankees. Well, beating the Yankees 4 straight really got them this lead.
Yankees meanwhile are still hanging around the wild card race, only 2.5 out, but with 5 teams in front of them. That is called it a traffic jam before. It's exactly that. Detroit won the day game today. They've got another one going on right now. They're up 2-1 in the 4th against the Twins.
Remember, Houston got off to that awful start and they've come back.
Just swept the series from Oakland to move within a game of the wild card.
Our buddy Colin McHugh pitched a little better yesterday. He's been pitching better second half.
She fouls it off and it's 2-2. Well, we went through the rules for the 3-way tie yesterday.
Yeah.
But you could, I mean, it's not even remotely likely, but
it could happen.
It could be a 6-way tie for the AL wild card. What happens then? Is there a rule for that? I don't think they've even written one down on paper.
Punt.
We're going to have to get Goodwill Hunting on that one.
There's going to have to be a lot of coin flips involved. Might not be able to start the division series till November. Jerry Blevins getting ready in the Mets bullpen. Salas trying to finish off the inning. 2 out and nobody on. 2-2 to Ashe. Breaking ball pulled foul.
Well, it gets awful cold in November. I told you the story. I'll leave his name out of it. Doing a postseason game, a post game, and the player did not have, the analyst did not have a jacket. Well, said go out and get a jacket, just expense it. Also, $14,000 later.
No.
Expensed it. $14,000.
Must be a Hall of Famer.
It's one of the coats that Keith has with the little wrap.
Mine wasn't 14 grand.
The Mr. Jefferson jacket.
That's right.
Moving on up. It was what would be expensive? Is it mohair? Is that the expensive? Or?
I don't know.
Whatever.
14,000 a lot for a coat. I don't care what it's made of. Ashe gets a hold of one out to right center, but Granderson has room. And that retires the side. So Salas comes in, works a 1-2-3, top of the 7th. Stretch time at Citi Field, tied at 3. Box score presented by StubHub. Curtis Granderson a 2-run homer in the 2nd. Yoenis Cespedes a couple of hits, including an RBI single in the 5th. And the Mets are 3-3 with the Phillies. Game 2 of this 4-game series tomorrow night. Gabriele Noah gets his 2nd big league start. He'll be opposed by Jeremy Hellickson. Jeep Friday Night Baseball. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock tomorrow night right here on SNY. Michael Marriott will be the 3rd Philadelphia pitcher of the night.
He had appearance against the Mets in late August, where he only went 2/3 of an inning, gave up 6 earnings. But since then, 10 of his last 11 appearances have been scoreless.
Alejandro De Aza will be the first man to face him. Kelly Johnson is on deck to pinch hit. De Aza 0 for 2 tonight, 2 strikeouts. Adam Morgan led the first 5, allowed 3 runs and 5 hits. Walked 2, struck out 8. And then Luis Garcia worked a 1-2-3 inning, taking that shot off his ankle. And now Marriott in the 7th. The Phillies back into the bullpen has been struggling lately. Jeanmar Gomez, who was having a great year, has had a very tough September. And Hector Neris, their setup man, likewise. But Pete Mackanin said before the game tonight, even though he used Marriott to close yesterday, that if he has a save opportunity tonight, it will be Gomez going back into that role.
Well, Neris and Gomez were so good when the Philadelphia Phillies got off to a quick start, and it's really the first year for both of those pitchers in the roles that they've had this year.
One and 2 to De Aza. And he tries to hold the swing, and he did. 2-2. Reed getting ready for the 8th inning. And De Aza strikes out on a pitch in the dirt. He argues with the home plate umpire Andy Fletcher that he got a piece of it, but he gets no satisfaction. Meanwhile, Rupp stays down for a moment.
Oh, I don't see the contact.
Oh, he got the back swing.
He got the back swing.
That's why he stayed down.
He got El Cabong.
So De Aza strikes out for the 3rd time tonight, and this time takes a victim with him. Drive around the majors presented by Cadillac. Matt Kemp having a big night. 33 home runs now. The Braves try and keep it rolling, go for their 6th straight win. The Pirates have crept within 3.5 in the wild card, but they're down 2-0 in Milwaukee tonight. And the game of most importance to the Mets tonight in San Diego. Jeff Samardzija and Christian Friedrich, the starters. Rupp is okay. And here's Kelly Johnson, who was announced into the game but never batted last night. He'll get a turn at bat tonight against Marriott. And goes after that first pitch slider. 0-1.
Well, Marriott's got a little down slider. Got to make him get that slider up.
Ball and a strike to Johnson.
Well, you let these teams that have been sub 500 all year long hang around. They start to feel a little ornery as it gets late. But they can.
Kelly hits one out to right center, but Herrera has plenty of room. 2 out. SNY's Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
I don't know. My experience always when you were late in the year, Gary, Keith, kind of get up on these teams, bury them early. They kind of lay down the rest of the game. And, you know, when you leave them in like this, they are like, okay, we got a shot now.
Well, the Mets' experience lately has been playing nothing but low-scoring close games. In fact, 6 of the last 8 games the Mets have played have been decided by 1 run. And here they are in another tie game in the 7th inning tonight.
And when they had that sweep of the Twins, they only scored 3 runs all 3 games and won all 3.
Slider misses to Reyes, and it's 2-0. Jose's 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out, reached on an error, and fly to center. And that's outside low. 3-0.
Mets
Cabrera would be next.
Mets have struck out 10 times tonight.
There's ball 4, and Reyes is on with a 2-out walk. Tonight's starters brought to you by People's United Bank. Seth Lugo allowed 3 runs in 5 innings. Adam Morgan allowed 3 runs in 5 innings. Lugo gave up 2 home runs. Morgan gave up 1 home run. Well, now it's Cabrera, and the question is, do you wait for Cabrera to try and hit a ball to the ballpark, or do you let Reyes run?
If he gets a jump, take it. Try to steal a bag here if you can.
You'll be able to see on the first pitch delivered to the plate. Well, they probably already have this information, how quick he is to the plate.
Marriott's given up 2 stolen bases in his limited appearances. Reyes has 9 steals for the year, including 1 in last night's game against the Braves. Cabrera takes a strike. Did he take a strike hoping to let Reyes steal?
It looked like it to me. You know, he's always pretty aggressive. But Marriott's got a nice little slide step to the plate, so it'll be difficult for Reyes to get a huge jump.
Doesn't look very runnerish. And a pitch out. I think we can count on 2 hands maybe the number of pitch outs we've seen all season.
And they've been recent.
Frank Herman, next man up in the Phillies bullpen. 1-1 to Cabrera. Reyes runs. It's a curveball hit toward the hole. Base hit. Reyes will go first to third. Cabrera didn't hit it hard, but found the space between Howard and Hernandez. And the Mets have first and third and 2 out, and Cespedes coming up.
Well, once again, Cespedes will have an RBI situation here. Nice hitting on a hanging breaking ball.
With Howard holding on Reyes, when you throw a breaking ball as a pitcher, it's more apt to be pulled. If it's pulled, advantage to Cabrera.
Well, Cespedes got the Mets even with a 2-out hit in the 5th. And now looking to get the lead with a 2-out hit in the 7th. Cespedes is 2 for 3 tonight. Single to left, and then that soft single to right to drive in a run. And he drives one down the left field line toward the corner. Base hit. The Mets take the lead. Reyes is in. Cabrera to third. He'll be held up there. Slows to a stop. Goes back to the bag, and he's safe. Yoenis Cespedes gives the Mets the lead with an RBI double, and it's 4-3 New York.
Clutching out.
Third hit, second RBI of the night for Cespedes, and it's 4-3 New York.
Throw him that breaking ball, you better get it out. And he doesn't waste any time. Another clutch RBI. Cabrera here gets a late hold from Tuffle, and he has to slide to stop. And let's see, he almost was out going back to third.
And he's shaken up now. The hardest thing for his dribble is to stop, and Tuffle put him in a bad spot with that late stop sign. Somehow he was able to slam on the brakes with the slide and get back safely, but it cost him. He's down on a knee right now trying to shake it off.
2 hanging breaking balls from Marriott and some 2-out lightning for the Mets.
After 2 out and nobody on, a walk, a single, and a Cespedes double have put the Mets back in front. Pitching change for the Phillies. We'll be right back to Citi Field. New Jersey native, Harvard grad, Frank Herman on to pitch for the Phillies.
Despite the high ERA, he's got a 10 2/3 scoreless streak running for Frank.
Well, this is a huge spot for T.J. Rivera. The Mets have regained the lead here in the 7th. They've got 2 in scoring position with 2 out. Cabrera at third, Cespedes at second. Rivera had a broken bat hit in the second, but he struck out twice since, 1 for 3. In his first appearance in the cleanup spot, he takes low and away, ball 1. Frank Herman, 32 years old. He's had some big league time with the Indians. His 10th game for the Phillies. And he ties up Rivera. 2-0. First base is open. Curtis Granderson is the on-deck batter.
They're going to go after Rivera here. It's a big 2-out RBI situation here. Big 2 runs out there in scoring position.
Don't get big, right, Keith? Base hit is all you need.
Follow the lead of Cespedes.
Cespedes was denied last night of the game-winning hit. He's trying to make up for it tonight. 2 enormous 2-out hits. Took one to right field in the 5th with 2 strikes on him. This time attacking the first pitch and pulling one down the line for a double to get the Mets in front.
He'll lull you to sleep sometimes taking that first pitch.
Behind on Rivera, he needs a conversation as well.
It's either a fastball or a slider. It's 2-0. I mean, it's not that difficult.
It's got Don Drysdale's number. I don't think I ever saw Don Drysdale call out Johnny Roseball.
If he did, Roseboro would be a little scared. 2-0 to T.J. Rivera. And he takes it low. 3-0.
Got himself in a good hitter's count. There'll be a 3-0 take sign here. I'd be surprised. Even though Terry loves to give a 3-0 hit sign, I just can't see it happening here with a rook.
You can't. There's no one in the bullpen. No left-hander. So
Granderson's been hot with the home run bat.
Yep. Now you have a good pitch to hit. Good count.
Really have some trouble.
This is what happens when you got Harvard against University of Texas. It just sometimes it doesn't work. Just can't get on the same page.
The West has always been resistant to the Northeast.
These Longhorns don't look good in crimson. Rivera fouls one. 3-2.
Good pitch there by Herman, elevated.
Well, Rivera struck out on a slider in the 4th. He struck out on a changeup in the 5th. That was against the left-hander Morgan. Now let's see what Herman's got for him on 3-2. TJ pops it up. Hernandez out. Herrera in. Herrera calling, and Hernandez almost didn't vacate in time. So the Mets settle for the 1 run on the Cespedes RBI double and lead 4-3 after 7. And the games get that much more important. Seth Lugo to the mound. Had himself an early good start. Curtis Granderson gave him a lead with a 2-run homer. Adam Morgan held the Mets at bay from there. Ryan Howard got the Phillies started with a home run. Cameron Rupp followed with one as well, and the Phillies led. Lugo was out, but then Cespedes went to work the game tying hit, and then the go-ahead hit. And the Mets have a 4-3 lead as we go to the 8th, and Reed and Familia will be on lockdown duty.
Well, Reed had to come in the middle of an inning in yesterday's ball game. They wanted him to get 4 outs. He only could get 2. A more familiar situation now, starting the 8th inning.
We got the top of the batting order. Hernandez, Quinn, and Herrera for the Phillies. Cesar Hernandez tripled and scored back in the 4th for the first Philly run. He pushes a bunt down to Reyes. Bare hand play. The throw is wide, and Loney came off the bag, and Hernandez is safe.
I don't know how Loney tried to stay on the bag and caught that ball.
So it's an infield hit for Cesar Hernandez.
Nice play by Jose, but the throw's into the runner. Nice save by Loney.
Well, teams have been going to school on Reyes, who plays a deep third base. They haven't been very successful bunting against him, but Hernandez was there.
His speed on the base now. 17 stolen bases.
There's a couple of things that Jose does wrong that he can work on in time. When he goes to throw, he adds a little extra on it with his arm. That takes some time. And also, he takes a step and falls towards third base line, which doesn't put enough on the throw.
So now Roman Quinn looking to sacrifice on that first pitch. Hernandez at first has 17 steals, but he's been caught 13 times, and Reed is hard to run against. And Quinn takes a fastball for a strike, 1-1. Hernandez has had misadventures on the bases as well for the Phillies. Been a little unreliable as a base runner. 1-1 to Quinn, and he drops down the bunt. Reyes charges this one, makes the bare hand play, and this time on target. So the sacrifice is successful, but the Mets get the out. 5-3. Hernandez to second.
Boy, that was a good bunt, wasn't it? When you know it's coming.
Well, Reyes got the strong arm there, kept it inside the line. Bare hand, risky play that makes the play.
So now the tying run at second base. And Odubel Herrera the batter. Herrera's 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out, flied out, popped up. Addison Reed pitching for the 3rd straight day for the first time since late July. Herrera trying to keep Hernandez close at second. And Herrera takes inside, ball 1.
The Mets are running into some second division teams here that are putting up a fight.
Another day, another 1-run game for the Mets. And Herrera swings at a slider at his feet. That was awkward. 1-1.
Yep. Boy, he was really fooled on that slider down and in.
So spread out, so much movement.
Almost got his right foot on the line. His left foot in the back deepest part of the box.
It's a 2-line stance. Fastball in for a strike, and it's 1-2. Michael Franco waiting on deck. Mets bullpen is quiet. Addison Reed's not going to come out of this 8th inning. He was pulled last night for Josh Smoker to face Freddie Freeman. Hernandez is second and 1 out.
And Herrera strokes one toward the middle. Smothered by Rivera. His throw to first is not in time. Wow. It's an infield hit for Herrera. And the Phillies have runners at first and third with one out.
Might have to check that.
I tell you what,
because the slide, he was going to be safe until he decided to dive head first, and he made it closer.
And he makes the call. So nice play by TJ.
And Mets are going to challenge this. Let's see the flop into first base. Hard to tell. He was over the bag. The question is, did he hit the bag?
Safe.
Yeah, he's got the left hand in.
Yeah.
It just makes that, when you do that too, you make that call tougher on the umpire.
Undoubtedly safe.
Yeah, right there. That's the best shot.
Fans are wishful and hopeful here. They're dreaming.
Good job by Rivera to smother that ball to make sure it didn't get to the outfield. That kept the run from scoring.
Good call by Kerwin Danley. He was right on top of it.
Play under review brought to you by Mazda. Driving matters. So the Phillies are going to have first and third and one out. And Maikel Franco, their best RBI guy, coming up.
And so it goes for the Mets. Yep. Trouble again in the eighth.
The right call.
So without the ball leaving the infield, the Phillies have the table set. A bunt hit by Hernandez, a sacrifice by Quinn, and an infield hit by Herrera. And now here comes Franco.
Well, he's a guy you can strike out. Another one of these hitters. Got 100 strikeouts on the button this year. One of 6 in the lineup.
Leading this team in RBI, though.
57% of the time he's gotten the runner in from third with less than 2 out. That's better than the league average.
Ryan Howard in the on-deck circle, and this time no left-hander up in the bullpen.
So some heavy lifting for Addison Reed. Facing Franco, who's 1 for 3 against him. Hernandez at third, Herrera at first. Both run well. Herrera has 24 steals on the year. And now Franco at the plate. And takes a slider low and away as Rivera smothers it. Ball 1. Franco 22 home runs, 79 driven in. He's 1 for 3 tonight.
Pretty much straight up on the infield. The infield is back in double play depth. Only guy shallow is Granderson right.
And now Reed behind on Franco, 2-0.
Well, usually Franco a free swinger. And trying to get him to chase sliders, and he's not biting. Very disciplined here, putting himself in a good hitter's count.
You know, Gary, you mentioned that stat last night that Reed pitches ahead. Throws more pitches ahead in the count. He's been behind almost every hitter in this inning. Third day in a row, as you said.
And now the Mets are going to get somebody up behind him in the bullpen. 3-0 to Franco with Howard on deck. And he takes a strike. Also Robles just starting to get loose. First and third, 1 out. And he jammed him, and Franco fouled it back. So Reed has come back from 3-0 to get to 3-2.
Big swing. Ball 4.
Franco just wanted to hit a homer. That's it.
Tie the ball game up. Get a base hit.
If you're the Phillies, do you send Herrera now?
100 strikeouts. If you steal and the strikeout, you're safe. They're going to walk Howard. I hold them.
3-2 with 1 out, not going, and Franco hits it in the air to deep right center, headed back toward the wall, and that ball is out of here. Maikel Franco with an opposite field 3-run homer, and the Phillies go back in front 6-4. 23rd of the year for Franco, a 3-run shot to turn this game around.
Stunning.
Addison Reed, who has had a brilliant season. That is the 4th home run he's allowed.
He went with the pitch away, and that's some power. Stayed right in.
Remember when there was a day and time that we'd watch balls hit the right center that would just die on the track? It seems every ball out there now has enough.
First home run that Addison Reed has given up since June the 23rd, nearly 3 months ago, and it could not come in a worse spot. Now Howard takes off the plate and it's 2-0, so this is not a good one for Addison Reed. He's been so reliable. First 3 hitters didn't get it out of the infield, but in the tight spot, Franco hit it over the outfield. 2-1. This is a game where the Mets led 2-0, trailed 3-2, went back in front on Cespedes' heroics, all undone on one swing by Franco. Check swing by Howard, and he didn't go around, and it's 3-1 again. Well, I think you got to get Reed out of there, don't you?
Yes. It's obvious he's behind every hitter. Doesn't got a lot on it.
And he walks Howard. So 4 of the 5 batters to face Reed have reached base, and here comes Terry Collins, and he'll pull the plug on Reed. Pitching on the 3rd straight day. First time since July he's done that, and it has not worked out for Terry Collins tonight.
It all started with that drag bunt base hit to lead the inning off down the 3rd base line.
First time this year Addison Reed has given up 3 runs in an appearance. Phillies have gone in front of the Franco 3-run homer. Robles coming in. We'll be right back. Also Robles on to pitch to Cameron Rupp, and he gets the slider in for a strike.
Robles is pitching a little better. Emmanuel Burris in as a pinch runner. Hasn't allowed a run his last 9 in the 3rd innings pitch. Those are the cheap numbers all year.
Last time out Friday night against the Braves, gave up a blue pit to Dansby Swanson that brought in a couple of runs. Not charged to him.
That's the relief. Good block by Rivera.
That's why it's so hard to numerically rate relief pitchers. Yeah. Inherited runners count.
I think not walking the first batter faced is huge. The first batter faced average is huge.
Two and one to Rupp. Rupp hit a home run in the 5th inning that at the time gave the Phillies a 3-2 lead. Cespedes had RBI hits in the 5th and 7th to put the Mets in front. But now the Phillies have leapfrogged back in front on Maikel Franco's 3-run homer against Addison Reed. And now Robles trying to pick up the pieces before the Mets come to bat in the bottom of the 8th. And now 3-1 to Robles. Phillies have hit 3 home runs tonight. They came into the night 11th in the National League in home runs.
I'd let Burris run here. 3-1 count.
I thought he was going 2-1.
He's going, and it's ball 4, and the Phillies have 2 men on. So back-to-back walks, one by Reed, one by Robles. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by M&M's Chocolate Candies, the official chocolate of the New York Mets. Join them as they celebrate 75 years at MMS.com and celebrate with M. Now it's Freddie Galvis, who's been up 3 times, hit fly balls each time. Burris now at second, Rupp at first. Still only 1 out in the inning. 3 runs are home.
Reyes playing back deep at third. I mean, Galvis can put down a bunt down that third base line, and he can walk to first base.
You would think in a double play situation that Reyes would be playing in tighter anyway.
Yeah.
Jose feels more comfortable being a shortstop all of his life.
Yeah.
He feels comfortable. I don't think he's comfortable in tight, but you cannot leave third base line open like this.
It also makes it a little more difficult. The Burris tries to steal. The angle to get to the bag and catch the ball and make the tag a little more difficult.
He's not going to bunt. He has no clue. I mean, he's hitting 240. This would be a good time to put down a bunt. If Reyes is going to give it to you, put it down.
Galvis looks like all he wants to do is try to hit the ball to the ball.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball in the air all day.
It's above his pay scale.
He's got 20 home runs, but I think 20 is the new 15. I mentioned earlier that 9 shortstops have already hit 20 or more home runs, and there might be 3 more on the horizon after only 2 did it last year.
I will say the Mets aren't doing really anything to hold Burris close. I think Cabrera's compromised, of course, because of his knee.
Check swing, and he held it in time. 2-1. Well, the Mets have been extraordinarily vulnerable to steals of third this year. Many of them uncontested.
So Robles has got to start throwing strikes here.
There's nobody up at the moment behind Hansel. Burris at second, Rupp at first, and Galvis fouls it away. 2-2. Maikel Franco, that home run was his 23rd of the year, but his first since August the 18th, 5 weeks ago.
And that gets him to what, 82 ribbies. Nice numbers for a team that hasn't scored a lot of runs.
Phillies dead last in the National League in runs scored, but they got 6 tonight. 2-2 coming. And Galvis goes down swinging. Good changeup that time by Robles for the second out.
He pulled the string on him nicely.
So now 2 out and 2 on, and Aaron Altair coming up against Robles. Altair's 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts and a walk. Mets have been struggling in the late innings these last few days. Tuesday night they gave up 3 runs in the 7th. Last night 4 runs in the last 3 innings. 3 runs in the 8th inning tonight. And a call strike to Altair. Talked about it earlier in the week how really if you come right down to it, with all the problems the Mets have had with injuries to everyday players and starting pitchers, it's been Reed and Familia who have been the MVPs of this team. Well, this week so far it's not going that way. Ball and a strike to Altair. Pitcher spot is due up next. Tommy Joseph is out on deck. Joseph has played a lot of the first base for the Phillies this year and is on a late season run. Two and one to Altair.
Well, to go to your point, Gary, Familia, remember, he was 36 for his first 36 and a more pedestrian 13 for his last 18.
In fact, Familia has 5 blown saves since July 27th. That's the most in the majors over that span, after not having a single one to that point. Robles using that changeup more, gets even on Altair. 2-2. Two on, 2 out, 2-2 to Altair. Right back to Robles. And that retires the side, but a damaging inning as Maikel Franco's 3-run homer puts the Phillies back in front. Curtis Granderson to lead off the bottom of the 8th. Mets down by 2. Injured Met out for the season as most missed, and a plurality votes for Jacob deGrom, the latest Met out for the year. Tommy Joseph will play first base as we go to the bottom of the 8th. He'll bat 9th, and the new pitcher Joely Rodriguez has been a real find for the Phillies late in the year.
Yeah, well, he's only come up late in the year. 53 appearances in 3 different minor league stints. He went 7-0.
Mets will try and fight back again. They were down 3-2, took the lead, now down 6-4 as they come to bat in the bottom of the 8th. Granderson homered back in the 2nd inning. A 2-run shot, and takes outside from Rodriguez, ball 1. So Frank Herrmann is now pitcher of record on the long side for the Phillies. Got 1 out in the 7th with 2 in scoring position. James Loney on deck, and a call strike, 1-1.
This kid throws nice. A little bit from 3/4. Makes it difficult on the lefties, and that fastball at 94.
And a slider outside. It's 2-1. Rodriguez, 24 years old. And Granderson pops one up into shallow center. Herrera grabs it, 1 out. So 1 out and nobody on, and now Loney will stay into bat against the left-hander. Remember, Loney was pinch hit for late in the game with a lefty in yesterday's game.
He didn't get the start today because of a left-handed starter.
Loney's had 1 at bat. He banked one off the ankle of Luis Garcia into an out. He went around on the half swing on the slider, 0-1. Loney wailing at that slider, and it's 0-2.
This guy's got good stuff.
He's a little crossfire.
Yeah.
And another big guy too.
Now the 0-2. And it's off the plate.
Very simple motion from the stretch. Picks it up and puts it down. But look, where do you find the ball?
Steps towards the first base line a little bit and comes across his body.
Little tapper to short. Galvis comes in. Plenty of time with Loney running, and he's got the second out. Coming up tonight after the post-game show, it's Geico Sports Night. All the baseball and football news. Right after the post-game, right here on SNY.
That's one thing you know about Ray Lucas. He'll give it to you. Big time.
Oh, he'll give it to you all.
Listen to him.
You best stay out of his way when he's angry. Here's Rene Rivera, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Travis d'Arnaud has come out on deck. He'll pinch hit for De Aza against the lefty if Rivera keeps the inning going. The Mets were able to grab the lead in the 7th inning on the 2-out double by Cespedes, but then they had 2 in scoring position and a 3-0 count on T.J. Rivera. But Frank Herman came back to get him on a fly ball, and the Mets settled for just that 1 run. And then the Phillies trumped that on Franco's 3-run homer. Underway in San Diego. Jeff Samardzija pitching for the Giants tonight against the lefty Christian Friedrich. He's got a good slider, huh? Strikes out Rivera to end the inning. 1-2-3 go the Mets against Joely Rodriguez. 6-4 going to the 9th. Hansel Robles, who got the last 2 outs in the 8th inning, will face Tommy Joseph to start the 9th. Joseph 21 home runs in his rookie season. Takes a strike, came in to play first base in the last inning.
Has one of those tons of home runs, not a lot of RBI year.
Joseph's been on a tear lately. He was the subject of some rather pointed comments from his manager a few weeks ago, saying that if Joseph wanted to keep playing, he needed to hit more. And ever since Pete Mackanin said that, he's hit more. Sometimes that works.
What a concept. You don't always have to, what's the word that when I was a kid, mollycoddle the players all the time. You can give it to them.
That's a good word.
Sometimes you need it.
In the air to right center. De Aza moves over. 1 out. Well, the Mets are in danger of their 4th consecutive loss. They will have 8, 9, and 1 in their batting order coming up in the 9th inning. And John Mark Gomez, who's been the Phillies closer for most of the year but has struggled through the month of September, is up in the Philadelphia bullpen.
Well, he's not a strikeout guy. He's more of a contact end of the game reliever. So
Cesar Hernandez at the plate, got the go-ahead rally started with a bunt single in the 8th inning. He's 2 for 3 and a walk today. So he's been right in the middle of everything for the Phils. Got a triple back in the 4th inning and scored their first run.
He's had a nice year. At the beginning of this year, I just assumed that when J.P. Crawford came up that Freddie Galvis would move to second base, but that is not the right assumption now.
I think Hernandez has done more to secure his spot for the future than Galvis has.
Agreed.
Josh Edge on the left-hander, Jim Henderson the right-hander up in the Mets bullpen. And a fastball strike, 2-1. Roman Quinn is the on-deck batter.
It's a nice name, a Roman Quinn.
Roman Tadarian Quinn.
That's even a better name.
Wow.
Parents must have been into the classics.
That's right.
I know you were a big Roman Gabriel fan growing up.
I liked Roman Gabriel. I love those Ram teams. The 49ers stunk back in those days.
We had John Brody.
Yeah, but they had some bad teams.
I loved Roman Gabriel for different reasons. I was playing quarterback as a kid and would watch him, and he'd take his helmet off, and I was like, oh my God, he looks like my people, because he's half Filipino, I believe.
He was one of the few, the first tall quarterbacks too.
That's ball 4, so Hernandez is on base for the 4th straight time. Second walk given up by Robles. And now Roman Quinn has gone 0 for 3 in a sacrifice. Drove in a run with the 4th inning ground out. His sacrifice helped the Phillies in their 8th inning rally.
Played for the tie that Pete Mackanin and end up with a 3-run bomb.
Quinn swings through the fastball, 0-1. There's Steven Matz, who Mets had hoped would start tomorrow, but he's been ruled out of that after coming up with a little twinge in his shoulder after his bullpen session yesterday. And at this point, with Steven having not made a start in nearly 6 weeks, it's hard to envision a scenario where they could get him up to speed in time to be of any use the rest of the season.
3 of your 5 starters down now.
And really 4 if you count Wheeler.
That's true. Well, yeah.
I mean, you're lucky.
Technically,
you're lucky that these young pitchers have come up and pitched well enough. I mean, it's almost like because of their notoriety to start the season, you've almost been held hostage by the starting pitchers who can't get out there on the field.
Well, 20 years ago, the Mets had Generation K. This year, Generation RX.
Generation MRI.
Robles can sure all of a sudden just not find the dish.
One-two coming, and Quinn fouls it off. We're in the 9th in Baltimore. Red Sox 5, Orioles 3. Trying to sweep that series.
They are hot.
The bullpen for Boston's been much better of late too. That was a problem in the middle of the year.
If the Orioles lose, they could be out of a wild card spot at the end of the day. Detroit could sweep a doubleheader. They won the first game from the Twins, and they lead 4-2 in the 6th. If they win 2 and Baltimore loses, they pass the Orioles. Swing and a miss, and Quinn is out on strikes for the second out.
Boy, the Twins have ended up being the lambs for teams that are aspiring to play in the post.
And Houston's losing 2-0 at home against the Angels in the 8th.
They started the day even with Detroit, a game behind.
Oh.
Robles will come out. Josh Edgin will come in. 6-4 Phillies in the 9th. We'll be right back to Citi Field. Nice effect, Keith. Did you do that?
Beam me up. That's a purple haze too. Because Josh is my final color. He's the purple man today.
Comes into face Odubel Herrera with a runner at first and 2 out. That runner, Cesar Hernandez, 17 stolen bases, might be a candidate to run here. Herrera 1 for 4, an infield hit in the 8th inning. And scored in front of Maikel Franco's go-ahead home run. Robles last pitch Monday night against the Braves. Edgin last pitch Monday night against the Braves, and he throws a strike. He had 1 good inning and then 1 bad inning when he was charged with a couple of runs. Edgin, the 7th Met pitcher in this game, and that's been the norm lately. Herrera fouls it off, and it's 0-2.
Maybe Elias can get us those notes. I wonder what the average pitchers used for both teams in the game is in September this year. It's got to be off the charts.
Yeah, it's very hot. Everybody's got them, and everybody's using them. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth, the Mets have De Aza, the pitcher spot, and Reyes due up. Got 4 left-handed bats available on the bench: Bruce, Conforto, Nimmo, and Duda. So 2 men would need to get on to get Cespedes to the plate. Cespedes drove in the tying run in the 6th, drove in the go-ahead run in the 7th. And the Mets may need more heroics from him tonight. Jay Bruce has his batting gloves on.
It's amazing what it's become, right? You're like looking at the lineup and saying, how do you get the Cespedes up? You know, he's the man.
Get on base by hook or crook.
Ron Hunt it if you have to.
Well, you're going to be facing a ground ball pitcher in Gomez. Maybe a bunt hit might be the way to start it. Runner goes, swung and missed. That's strike 3. The inning is over. No throw necessary. Herrera strikes out. And that gets us to the bottom of the ninth with Alejandro De Aza to lead off for the Mets, down 6-4. For the Giants to start 3-0 in his video preview of Sunday's game against the Redskins, only on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Well, Joely Rodriguez went to the mound to start the ninth inning. The Mets responded with a right-handed pinch hitter, Travis d'Arnaud. So Pete Maccannon's going to make a pitching change now and bring in his closer, Jean-Marc Gomez. And Terry Collins will respond with a left-hand pinch hitter, Brandon Nimmo.
That's part of the speed-up rule, isn't it?
Well, we're going to speed our way into another break and be right back with Gomez pitching the ninth.
Don't touch that dial.
Jean-Marc Gomez has had an unexpectedly fine year for the Phillies as a closer, but his ERA in September is 14.21.
Yeah, he's kind of leaking oil as he gets to the end of the season, but he's had quite a year. His next save will tie Papelbon and Billy Wagner in 2005.
Brandon Nimmo will be the pinch hitter, batting for Darno, who was batting for De Aza, and then Jay Bruce is out on deck to bat for the pitcher.
Nimmo had a base hit off Johnson in the 9th inning.
It was a leadoff hit against Jim Johnson last night. So Nimmo will try and build on that success against another closer. Nimmo against Gomez. And Brandon takes a fastball for a strike.
Gomez has a little sinking action on his fastball. When he's right, he gets a lot of ground balls. His out pitches his slider.
His first season as a closer in the big leagues.
Change up there.
He was a starter early in his career with Cleveland. The Pirates moved him to the bullpen, and now at age 28, getting his first chance to close. Didn't get the last save opportunity for the Phillies. That went to Michael Marriott Tuesday night. Got his first career save against the White Sox, but now Gomez back in there in the 9th inning tonight. And Nimmo cracks one into right field for a base hit. Second straight night, Brandon Nimmo has led off the 9th inning with a pinch hit single. And that'll get the tying run to the plate with Jay Bruce coming up.
Well done. He doesn't really have a sinker, Ron. He is throwing almost sidearm. It's just a runner. It's staying pretty much on the even plane once it leaves his hand, not sinking.
Jay Bruce 1 for 9 in his career against Jean-Marc Gomez. Tying run at the plate, and he takes a slider for a strike.
That was just a little spinner, no break on that pitch.
41 games as a Met, looking for that one Met moment. He rolls over one, a foul ball, and it's 0-2. Jose Reyes on deck, has Dribble Cabrera behind him, and Cespedes behind Cabrera. Mets would need at least one more base runner to get Cespedes in at bat. Bruce quickly in an 0-2 hole. Jay pops one foul. Franco gives it a look, but that goes out of play.
Came inside 0-2. I gotta believe he's gonna drop a little cambio on him here, Ronnie.
Cambio with that slider down and in. Back foot kind of slider. You know, if you're a left-handed hitter, I always feel like from Gomez, 3/4 of his pitches are going to be middle of the plate away.
Wanted to come back in with a fastball. Oh, really?
Bruce takes upstairs. 1-2.
2-run lead. Want to throw an inside fastball to a guy with power. I mean, if you're Jean-Marc Gomez, you're a single ball pitcher. You're trying to get a ground ball.
Slider.
Down and in.
1-2. Oh, fouled it off in the middle of the plate.
That was an old El Hango, Ronnie.
Yeah.
That's hanger in Spanish, folks.
Is it truly?
Really?
I don't think so.
You usually don't get that pitch twice.
Could be a change up, huh? Yep.
Fastball away. Bruce takes it outside and lower.
Good eye. Good eye. When you have a 14 ERA in September, your confidence is a little shot.
Yeah, we're 3 weeks into September.
Gomez has given up 5 home runs this year, facing a home run hitting ball club. And Bruce fouls it off. Got the change up that time. And so Bruce hanging in there.
So you have a closer who's short on confidence, a hitter up the bat who doesn't have confidence because it's been a struggle.
So somebody breaks free.
Yes.
See if he drops the back-to-back change-ups on him.
Fastball in.
Oh, he hasn't got the confidence.
8th pitch of the at-bat to Bruce, and he strikes him out on the fastball for the first out of the ninth.
That ball didn't really sink. I don't know if it was a four-seamer or
just ran.
Pretty, run, right? Pretty true. Oh, it did. It had a little movement on it.
So the troubles continue for Jay Bruce. He had a pretty good fight in that at bat, but goes down swinging. And now it's Jose Reyes. Reyes 0 for 3 and a walk. Scored the go-ahead run for the Mets in the 7th. Now the tying run at the plate in the 9th. Jose takes inside. Reyes 0 for 3 in his career against Gomez. Nimmo at first and 1 out. And Reyes takes wide. 2-0. Drupal Cabrera waiting on deck. Nimmo led off the inning with a base hit. All the way at 2-1. Coming, and Reyes cracks it deep right field. Back goes Altair, looking up at the wall. It's out of here. Jose Reyes ties the game with a 2-run homer. Connects, and it's 6-6 in the bottom of the ninth. Number 8 for Reyes, and none bigger. Last time Jose Reyes hit a home run in the 9th inning or later was 2012 as a Marlin.
Changeup. And not a chance for Altair.
Although he made an effort, didn't he?
Well, the Mets were denied their walk-off finish last night by a miracle catch. But Reyes would not be denied. That's going to be all for Gomez, so he blows the save in the bottom of the 9th. And now he'll exit. So his September troubles continue. The Mets fighting back to tie once again. 6-6 in the bottom of the 9th. We'll be right back to Citi Field. Hector Neris, the new Philly pitcher, has dribbled Cabrera. First pitch swinging, drills one down the line, but foul. Changes in the Phillies outfield. Aaron Altair moves from right field to left field. Peter Borges enters the game to play right field. He'll bat fifth. The new pitcher, Neris, hits second in the order.
75 games, an astonishing 46 of those before the All-Star break. 3 more strikeouts for Neris to get to 100 in the season.
But like Gomez, the late season has been troubling for Neris. His ERA in September is 5.40. Splitter, 0-2 to Cabrera.
He's got a running, sinking fastball. Good split finger fastball that Gary just mentioned there. I don't see too many breaking balls from Neris.
Well, the Reyes home run did 2 things. It tied the game, and it guaranteed that Yoenis Cespedes will get to turn it back. Unless Cabrera does something dramatic here.
We'll take it.
Cabrera 0 for 3 in his career against Neris. Cespedes, who has 3 hits tonight and 2 RBIs, looming on deck. That's a pair of 2-run homers tonight. And Cabrera strikes out for the second out. Good splitter by Neris to get him. And now it's Cespedes.
Third night in a row he comes up with a chance for heroics.
Keith, this is one of those games late in the season, if you can get it. A team like the Cardinals might be watching this way go, right?
Cespedes 2 singles and a double tonight. He's driven in a pair. They put the infield shift on against him. Neris comes up and in. Cespedes hit one over the fence with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th last night. It came back. And he takes his home run cut at that splitter, and it's 1-2.
He sure did. And there's not much you can do with that pitch. That's knee high outside corner. Might have been low. That is a rip.
Very familiar. We'll pitch the 10th inning if we get that far. Jose Reyes tying up the game with a 2-run homer. One-two off the plate.
Oh, quick pitch to him.
History of that between these 2 teams.
All right. He wants to get him out with the forkball or the split finger.
Two coming. And Cespedes bounces one foul. Another splitter. Hector Neris, one Achilles heel. He's given up 9 home runs this year. It's a lot for a reliever. Again, the 2-2. And Cespedes has to vacate. Full count. Cespedes keeps the inning going. TJ Rivera would be next. 3-2. And he walked him. Glare from Cespedes after those 2 inside pitches. Another glare. A couple of comments. And now he's on first, carrying the potential winning run with TJ Rivera coming up.
Stole a base the other night. Last night. Will he try to sneak one here?
Rivera had a base hit his first time up tonight in the 2nd inning. Since then, he struck out twice and flat out, all 3 times with men on base. His first opportunity as the Mets cleanup hitter. And now batting in the bottom of the ninth with the potential winning run at first base. He goes after the first pitch splitter, 0-1. Phillies are kind of playing no doubles, but Herrera does not like to play deep in center field, even when it's a no doubles situation.
Well, that's deep enough right there, I think.
I don't think Rivera has the kind of punch to go over his head at center.
TJ goes after the high fastball, and it's 0-2, and it's looking like he's getting a little wrapped up in the home run.
Yeah, he's hit some home runs to the pull side, but go back to basics. He is a line drive hitter.
Curtis Granderson would be next. He's got ahead on Cespedes. Now he's ahead on Rivera, 0-2. And he goes away, 1-2. Mets are trying to win a game that they've trailed after 8 innings for the first time this season. 0-63 when they trail after 8. They've tied it up. And TJ strikes out on the splitter, and we'll go to extra innings. So Neris strikes out a pair after Jose Reyes gets the Mets even against the Philly closer Jean-Marc Gomez. Reyes' 8th of the year, and it is 6-6 as we head to the 10th. As the Mets fight back against the Phillies tonight at Citi Field. Last night, Jerry's Familia suffered his 5th blown save of the year. Now he's into a tie game in the 10th inning after the Mets rallied in the 9th. Extra innings on SNY brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Changes in the Mets outfield. Curtis Granderson moves from right field to center field. Brandon Nimmo, who got the base hit to get the Mets started in the bottom of the 9th, stays in to play right.
And Familia needs himself a dominant inning here in the top of the 10th.
Last night worked an inning and 2/3. Allowed an inherited runner to score in the 8th for a blown save, and then allowed the go-ahead run in the 9th. He placed Maikel Franco, who turned this game around in the 8th inning with a 3-run homer. It's been back and forth all night. Mets led 2-0 on Granderson's home run. Fell behind 3-2 after the Phillies had back-to-back homers, Howard and Rupp. Mets went back in front on 2 RBI hits by Cespedes. Franco put the Phillies up 6-4 in the 8th with his home run, before Reyes tied it with a 2-run shot in the bottom of the 9th.
5 home runs in this ball game.
The Phillies, despite being 14 games under 500 for the season, are 7 games over 500 in 1-run games, 28-21. and 2 games over 500 in extra inning games. They're 7-5. And Franco takes a fastball for a strike, 1-2. The Mets in extra inning games are also 7-5. Peter Borges, who just came in on the double switch, is on deck, and then Cameron Rupp against Familia in the 10th. Phillies 6 runs, 7 hits. The Mets 6 runs and 9 hits. And Franco chops one to short. Nice big hop for Cabrera. 1 out. SNY's Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. There's Peter Borges batting for the first time. Speedy Borges hitting .252 for the year. He's had over 350 at bats. And another chopper and another big hop for Cabrera. Comes in this time against the speed of Borges and throws him out. And quickly there are 2 away. So 2 out and nobody on. Now Cameron Rupp, who hit a home run back in the 5th inning against Seth Lugo. Lugo went 5, allowed 3 runs, 4 hits. 7 relief pitchers had followed him. Severino Gonzalez up in the Phillies bullpen. Mets have used Gil Martin, Goodell, Salas, Reed, Robles, Edgin, and now Familia. And Rupp takes a fastball for a strike. Familia looking sharper tonight. Good slider gets him ahead on Rupp. 0-2.
Boy, 2 perfect pitches. Sinker on his knees inside and a slider darting that outside corner.
To Rupp, and just got a piece of it. For the 2nd straight night, the Mets have used 22 players. Phillies have used 19. It's 41 so far.
17 to go.
Maybe a lot more before this is over.
17 players to go.
Just on the Mets side. 0-2 to Rupp. Broken back grounder. Reyes to his left. And he throws out Rupp to end the inning. 3 ground ball outs for Familia in the top of the 10th. And we're going to keep it right here. Mets will have 2 left-hand hitters to start the inning. Granderson and Loney. Now Hector Neris got the final 2 outs in the top of the 9th, and they double switched him into the game, which makes you think that they were intending to pitch him in the 10th too, but it's not going to be Neris. It's going to be Severino Gonzalez coming on for the bottom of the 10th.
You know, I think one thing we didn't talk about in that dramatic home run from Jose Reyes is the job Nimmo's done the last couple of nights. Another base hit to start the inning, and he was the on base when Reyes hit the 2-run home run. Great job by him.
He has been tremendous off the bench, and Cespedes, who we talked about earlier, 2 clutch RBIs, not the home runs, showing that he could hit in the clutch, a double down the left field line, and a base hit to right field, both tied and put the Mets ahead late. He's been struggling in the month of September, but hitting in the clutch.
Well, there's been a lot of this over the last few days. Terry Collins, Dick Scott, his bench coach, going over the lineup card, figuring out what you do next. First part of this inning is easy. You got Granderson and Loney, 2 left-hand hitters against the right-hander Gonzalez. Then you've got Rene Rivera due up. They've already used Travis d'Arnaud. He was announced as a pinch hitter.
I mean, if you get into one of those long extra inning games, do you want to do it with just one catcher if you hit for Rivera? It's a very difficult decision.
You have Conforto on the bench.
Yeah.
You have Duda on the bench available to pinch hit. Rene Rivera is due up third in the inning, and then it comes back to Nimmo's spot. And then if you need a fifth hitter in the inning, it's the pitcher's spot. So those are the kind of scenarios that Terry and Dick are going over right now. Also, do they want to use Familia for more than one inning if it doesn't get down to the pitcher's spot?
Yeah.
Or do they get somebody else up?
I think you got to fire 2 bullets at him if you don't score in this inning, and that's Familia for 2. Gives you 2 chances to win the ball game.
And what helps is that Jay Reese is only throwing 9 pitches in his first inning of work.
Yes. It's what we started the game talking about, is these expanded rosters. There's spring training baseball, regular season baseball, September baseball, wild card baseball, and postseason baseball.
Well, the Phillies are going to double switch. They bring A.J. Ellis into the game to catch. So Ellis will go in the number 2 hole where the pitcher had been, and the pitcher will hit 6th as Rupp came out. So that'll enable them to leave Severino in for 2 innings if it gets that far. Well, Granderson got the Mets started tonight with a 2-run homer back in the 2nd inning. Facing Severino Gonzalez. And he takes a strike.
Well, he was one of their best pitchers in their minor league system a couple of years ago. Finally here, a couple of stints with the Phillies this year. Spent most of the year in Lehigh Valley.
Breaking ball misses, a ball and a strike. Gonzalez just 23 years old. He is the 8th Philadelphia pitcher of the night. And Granderson takes a fastball strike, and it's 1-2. Curtis's home run was his 29th of the year. It came against the left-hander Adam Morgan back in the 2nd. Since then he's walked, struck out, and flied out. 1 for 3 on the night. 6-6 last of the 10th. And Curtis goes down swinging on the fastball for the first out. And his 13, make it 15 strikeouts for Phillies pitchers tonight.
Chased a high fastball. Just maybe a little off the plate.
Well, Gonzalez falls off to that first base side, and that ball runs a little bit away from the lefties.
Now it's Loney, who came off the bench as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning tonight. He's gone 0 for 2. Hit in hard luck his first time up tonight. He hit a bullet off the ankle of the pitcher Luis Garcia, but it carried right to Wright Howard, who beat Loney to the bag with a dive. And then Loney grounded out to short in the 8th. And that one bounces in.
Campbell started the game. Loney now will have more at bats than Campbell did.
Gonzalez, a native of Panama. Started some games for the Phillies last year. This year exclusively in relief. 2 balls and a strike to Loney. Well, Rene Rivera is due up next, and he is, at least for the moment, in the on-deck circle. Of course, Rivera has the power to hit one out and win the game for you. Loney fouls it off 2-2. That started the night with 13 players on their bench. They have used a half dozen. That leaves them 7. Flores probably not available. Lagares available only for limited duty, and Duda they've basically stayed away from.
Yes, they have.
Since he made that 1-start Sunday.
They didn't use him last night.
2-2 coming, and Loney takes low. 3-2. Well, Duda's around the bat rack.
Maybe Loney can become big game James right here.
2 walk-off home runs in Loney's career. 3-2 from Gonzalez, and Loney hits it in the air to left. Altair comes in. 2 out. And now Lucas Duda is going to come up to pinch hit for Rene Rivera.
2 outs.
1 swing, 1 blast.
Well, that's what Terry's thinking, I'm sure. Duda's been taking a ton of batting practice the last few days. Missed more than 4 months with a fracture in his back. Didn't have a chance to play any rehab games. They put him in the lineup on Sunday when the Mets played an offbeat lineup against the Twins. And Lucas had a couple of at-bats, a ground out and a strikeout. Looked rusty, but he's taken a ton more batting practice the last few days. And maybe a little more ready to hit today. He has a home run in his only career at bat against Severino Gonzalez.
Thus the reason he's up there.
2 out and nobody on, last of the 10th. And the curveball in for a strike. Brandon Nimmo is on deck. And Duda cracks one down the line toward the pole. Foul.
Oh my God.
Foul.
Oh my word.
I mean, that was dead on and just hooked away at the last possible moment. Look at that. It almost scraped the outside of the pole. It was almost like the one Conforto hit at Dodger Stadium.
Yes.
Did you see the shadow of the ball on the pole as it passed by?
Oh.
That's how close it was.
You can't miss by less than that. Now it's 0-2. And this is with the changeup. Ball and 2 strikes. Two years ago, on the final weekend of the season, Lucas hit a walk-off home run against the Astros. One-two coming, and he got him with the changeup to end the inning. So Duda came that close, but the Mets go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 6.
Score tied 6-6. Kevin Plawecki in the catch after Lucas Duda hit for Rene Rivera and Jay Reese Familia in for his 2nd inning of work.
11th inning. Every game of such importance.
Freddie Galvis leads off for the Phillies and takes the first pitch low from Familia. They worked a 1-2-3 10th on just 9 pitches, 3 ground ball outs. Galvis is 0 for 4 tonight. And he hits one toward left center field, toward the gap. It's down for a base hit. Cespedes cuts it off deep, and Galvis easily into second base with a leadoff double.
This ball had a lot of hang time. A little inside out right there, and just right where there's nobody at. Nobody there.
You know, Keith, the Mets had an interesting defense. Curtis Granderson was shaded a little to pull, and Yoenis Cespedes was playing closer to the left field line. That's opened up that left center field gap.
You got to put the bunt on. Altair has not had a good day at the plate. He's got to get the runner over.
Altair at the plate, and then Tommy Joseph is sitting in the 9th spot behind him. Mets will look for the bunt, with Loney coming in from first base and Reyes playing on the cutout. Altair is 0 for 3 and a walk. Galvis a fast man at second, and Altair squaring, bunts it foul. So Familia, after an easy 10th, is not going to have himself an easy 11th. Mets have used 8 pitchers tonight. The Phillies have used 8 pitchers tonight. Tommy Joseph standing on deck. Cesar Hernandez behind him. And now Loney comes even closer at first base. And Altair up and in, defensively fouls it off, and it's 0-2.
Lucky that ball hit him in the jaw.
You got to have the ability, once you square around, to identify a ball or a strike. If it's a ball, you have to get out of dodge.
Jerry Blevins getting to work. Now it's 0-2. Do they go down the line with the bunt?
Nope, they're going to swing.
And he goes after the sinker and misses for strike 3. So Altair couldn't get the bunt down. Familia strikes him out for the first down.
Good sinker right there, RJ.
Good sinking fastball. Altair couldn't get the bunt down, and the Mets have to pay attention to Galvis at second base.
Excellent run. Now, no doubt.
Galvis has 14 steals. Mets have been extremely vulnerable to the steal at third, including Familia in yesterday's game. Gave up a double steal in the 8th inning, with Inciarte stealing third. Edebray Ramos up in the Phillies bullpen. So here's Joseph, his second at bat of the game. Came in on a double switch back in the 8th. And he hits the chopper to the right side. Rivera's got it. And that's the second out. Galvis goes over to third. But now there are 2 away. There are the wild card standings. Cardinals are off tonight. The Giants are in action, playing the Padres down in San Diego. No score in that game as they play in the 4th.
I would not. Gosh, you pitch to Hernandez with the Ellis behind him coming up?
I tell you, Hernandez right now is their best contact hitter.
Yep,
well,
I agree.
Last time we saw A.J. Ellis, he got a hit to win a game against the Mets.
Right. But you got to play the percentages.
They will walk Hernandez intentionally.
Ellis not. He's got enough time, enough body of work to know what kind of hitter he is. He's not the best of hitters. You got to go after him.
The one thing that you might have to keep in the back burner is you've got some good speed at first and third. You've got some inexperience with Plawecki and Rivera, the catcher spot and covering second base. You know, the old college play might be used. You never know.
The old double steal.
Yeah.
I mean, would you just let Hernandez go in that case?
You should. The play should be on that. You let him go, or you fake to second and try to pull Galvis off third.
I think if you got him in a situation where he's behind the count with 2 strikes, maybe you try it.
But I'm just saying, sometimes inexperience leads someone to let the ball go or throw it.
So A.J. Ellis will be the batter, up for the first time in this game. Ellis, who came over in the trade for Carlos Ruiz, has had 25 at bats since joining the Phillies, 5 for 25. He played his first game as a Philly against the Mets here in late August, the last time the Phillies were here, and he had a huge game. He had the game-winning hit. Now he bats with first and third and 2 out. Galvis walking down the line from third. And it's taken inside, and Reyes is not playing all that far from third base. Galvis took an enormous liberty there, and if Reyes had run to the bag, they could have picked him off.
The only issue is, can Familia throw the ball to the base? He can throw it to home plate, but he doesn't like throwing it around the diamond as much.
Not coming as far down this time. And Ellis fouls it away. 1-1.
The one thing you have to watch if you're Plawecki, you know, catchers all the time put that sinker down and are expecting that ball to be a strike from Familia. Sometimes he'll spike that fastball, so you have to be anticipating all the time that you might have a ball you have to block.
One to Ellis. Hernandez runs. Ellis bloops one to shallow right. On comes Nimmo. It falls for a hit, and the Phillies take the lead. A.J. Ellis comes through against the Mets again. The Mets intentionally walk Hernandez to get to him, and Ellis bloops a hit into right to put the Phillies in front 7-6 in the top of the 11th.
Well, that's just good hitting, and 2 nights in a row Familia has coughed it up. It's not hit solidly, but that's just good hitting. That's a soft liner.
And it caught too much play, Keith.
Yep.
And nothing Nimmo could do, even though he was playing pretty shallow. So Familia is going to exit. He worked an inning and 2/3. He gave up the leadoff double to Galvis, couldn't seal the deal, and now it's 7-6 Phillies in the 11th. We'll be right back. Trying to keep this a 1-run game, with the Phillies having taken the lead in the 11th.
Mets keep getting knocked on the mat. Incumbent on Blevins to keep it a 1-run deficit.
He had a rough go of it his last outing, night before last against the Braves. Gave the 3-run homer to Adonis Garcia. A.J. Ellis, the veteran catcher, coming through against the Mets for the second time as a Philly. Talking it over with Kerwin Danley after his go-ahead hit. Blevins comes in to face Odubel Herrera, the left-hand hitter.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, the Mets are just got their hands full.
Herrera tonight is 1 for 5 at an infield single in the 8th inning. Cesar Hernandez, who was intentionally walked, went first to third on the Ellis hit, so he stands at third. And Ellis at first with 2 out. Well, the Mets have been down 3-2 and come back. They've been down 6-4 and come back. Now they're down 7-6, and they'll be in need of another comeback. Herrera 0 for 5 in his career against Blevins. Fastball low and in for ball 1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 11th, the Mets will have 8, 9, and 1. Nimmo, a pinch hitter.
Pinch hitter will be Conforto.
Right, and then Reyes.
So trying to replicate what they did in the 9th inning.
They have the same part of the order. And the curveball misses to Herrera, 2-0.
Well, all that talk of the Mets having the schedule in their favor, but these second division teams
And we're talking about the Braves and this Philly squad. They've come to play.
Loney playing behind Ellis at first base to give himself a little depth against the left-hand batter. 2-0 from Blevins, and it's yanked foul. Well out in front of that fastball.
You know, many times during the regular season, what separates one team from another is depth. And once you get to September, that depth gets closer because of the numbers of bodies that each team carries now.
Two-1 to Herrera, and the curveball outside. 3-1. Well, the Mets are on their 9th pitcher, and if Herrera gets on, there will be a 10th. That's up a right-hander up in the bullpen, getting ready for Maikel Franco, who's on deck. Franco has one of the big blows for the Phillies tonight, a 3-run homer in the 8th that at the time gave them a 6-4 lead. They've now taken the lead again in the 11th. 3-1 from Blevins, and the fastball fouled off. 3-2.
Keith, this is the point in the game where if one fan has a little distaste for you, you're going to hear them. Well, there's no way you can.
A lot of people have left the ballpark, and you can start hearing the barachos.
Jim Henderson staying busy in case he's needed to get Franco out. Now Ellis will be on the move from first with 3-2 and 2 out. Rivera's hit by the pitch, and now the bases are loaded. Did he swing at it?
No.
They say he did not. They checked with Joe West at third, and so the hit batsman loads up the bases.
Oh my goodness, everything is just
Hit by a pitch on a 3-2.
And that's it for Blevins.
Yep, they're going to bring in Henderson to pitch to Franco. Got him on the left wrist.
Did it get on the left wrist or the knob of the bat?
I think he wouldn't have been. I don't think he's quick enough to be faking this.
Yeah.
Nope, that definitely got him on the forearm.
Yeah,
you saw the forearm shiver. You saw it.
So Blevins out, and the Mets will go to their 10th pitcher of the night as Jim Henderson will come in to face Franco with the bases loaded. Phillies lead 7-6. We'll be right back. Jim Henderson will be the 10th pitcher and the 26th player used by the Mets tonight, tying a club record.
This isn't a baseball game. It's the Spartans against the Persians. Just keep bringing the reinforcements.
Oh my goodness, Ron. It's Darius or what?
Maikel Franco, bases loaded, 2 out. 2 for 5 on the night, including a 3-run homer, and Henderson misses away for ball 1. Henderson worked night before last against the Braves, worked a 1-2 3/8. Hernandez at third, Ellis at second, Herrera at first. Henderson trying to keep this a 1-run game and give the Mets a chance in the bottom of the 11th. And Franco takes outside. Now it's 2-0. This inning began with a leadoff double by Freddie Galvis. With 2 out, the Mets intentionally walked Cesar Hernandez, but A.J. Ellis spoiled that by blooping a single to drive in the go-ahead run. Levens came on, hit Herrera with a pitch to load the bases. Now it's 2-0 on Maikel Franco. And he pops it up foul. That'll come back out of play. 2-1.
See, right there, swinging for the downs when a base hit breaks the game open. Swinging for the grand slam.
I don't think he has another swing, Keith.
Nope, you're right. You're right.
A Ruthian cut at all times.
Would not leave him alone in the way the game is played these days.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
And Franco takes a strike on the inside edge. Good pitch placed by Henderson. 2-2.
Good pitch.
You see on this pitch, catches the plate.
Oh, what's a strike?
Andy Fletcher behind the plate is telling the Phillies, zip it.
There's a strike.
A lot of complaints. He's had a good game, Andy Fletcher behind the plate, I believe.
Bases loaded, 2 out. 2-2 to Franco.
Ball 3.
Tough one to lay off there, though, huh, Keith?
Yep.
Franco, the Phillies' best run producer. 3 RBIs tonight, 82 for the year. Michael Conforto doing some homework before what should be a pinch hitting assignment for him in the bottom of the inning. Again, the 2-2. And Franco lifts it down the right field side. That'll slice away and go foul. Team with 9 hits. Each team has enjoyed the lead on several occasions. The Phillies have the latest one. Seventh pitch of the at bat from Henderson to Franco. Just missed. Henderson thought he had it. Andy Fletcher said no, and now it's 3-2.
I think it was a little outside.
I thought it missed away.
I thought it was good as far as the height, but I thought it was a little away. And a little being the key word.
Just didn't get the call. That's a tough. You cannot take one that close.
Could have went either way.
So now the merry-go-round will be in motion. Hernandez at third, Ellis at second, Herrera at first. Will all be moving. 3-2 coming to Franco. And he popped it up. Will it stay in play? Plawecki toward the on-deck circle. Can't make a play. It's back in the crowd. We're at the bottom of the 5th now in San Diego. The Giants and Padres still no score. That's the first of a 4-game series, as is this one.
Samardzija, Friedrich.
9th pitch of the at bat coming. Franco fouls that one back, a high fastball.
He had a good cut at that one.
Oh, he's not going to get cheated. That's for sure.
Well, the way his approach is, he's kind of a middle of the plate in hitter, and he likes the ball up. Although we did say before he likes the ball down with that kind of raising of his hands and his backswing.
It's been quite a battle. Runners get set to take off. The 3-2. He walked him to force in a run. And it's 8-6 Philadelphia. So Franco wins the battle. Draws the bases loaded walk from Henderson to bring in Hernandez with the second run of the inning, and now the Phillies have some insurance. That's a 8-6.
Huge run, a pretty doggone good at bat. The fact that Franco got ahead in the count made the whole difference in that at bat. Kind of turned the tables. Put Henderson in a real tough spot.
Now Peter Borges will bat for the second time. Grounded out in the 10th inning. Both the runs in this inning charged to Familia. And Borges pops one foul back into the crowd.
Boy.
One to Peter Borges, and he grounds that one to Reyes. Tough hop, he stays with it and gets the force to end the inning. But the Phillies scored twice. Ellis drives in the go-ahead run, and the Mets with work to do in the bottom of the 11th, down 8-6. Enterprise Ramos will bid for his first major league save in the bottom of the 11th.
Yeah, he didn't come up till June, so he's gotten a lot of work with those 41 games. First batter faced plays right up the alley for Brandon Nimmo.
Well, Nimmo got the Mets started in the 9th inning with a pinch hit single, as he did last night. Stayed in the game in right field, and now his second at bat in this game. Michael Conforto was on deck to pinch hit, and then Jose Reyes, who hit the game-tying 2-run homer in the bottom of the 9th. As the Mets try and rally yet again. Ramos, the 9th Philadelphia pitcher, misses with a slider for ball 1. So 19 pitchers have thrown in this game. 10 for the Mets, 9 for the Phillies. In in an 11-inning game. And Nimmo hits one toward the middle, but there is Galvis playing that way and throws him out by a stride for the first out.
Oh, he hit a bullet right there. Galvis took that little extra double clutch there. It almost cost him. Nimmo, you know, is always hustling down that line.
So 1 out, and now Conforto. Michael pinch hit in the game yesterday, had a walk. He is now the 27th player the Mets have used tonight, which is a new franchise record. Not sure it's one that you crow about, but from a bookkeeping standpoint, it's fascinating.
I'm ignoring it personally.
We might put together the box score after the game a little dicey.
It's gonna be one of those ugly box scores in the paper tomorrow.
Now the Mets need a base runner any way they can get one to get the tying run to the plate. Reyes, who hit a game-tying 2-run homer his last time up, is on deck. And if anybody gets on, Cabrera, and then Cespedes. And it's 3-0 to Conforto. So Ramos putting himself in jeopardy. Got to take a pitch here. And it's ball 4. So for the second straight day, Conforto gets on with a walk. And the Mets do get the tying run to bat with Reyes. Bob McClure, the pitching coach, heading out to the mound. Gives us a chance to look at what Reyes did in the ninth.
Got a change up there from Gomez. Tied the ball game.
Reyes had not hit a home run in the 9th inning or later since 2012. For 4 years since he had done it. Can he do it twice in a row?
Marlins?
Yeah. His first year in Miami. His only year in Miami.
Yeah.
Jose is 1 for 4 and a walk tonight. He scored 2 runs. Conforto at first and 1 out. And Jose fouls it away. Adebayo Ramos bidding for his first big league save. He's given up 4 home runs in 40 innings this year. And Reyes lines one, base hit. And now the Mets have the tying runs on base with Asdrubal Cabrera coming up.
Nice hitting, going right with it. Not trying to hit the 2-run home run in the heroics, keeping the line moving.
So now it's Cabrera, who's 2 for 5 tonight. He has a hit in 2 career at bats against Adebayo Ramos. That's down 8-6 in the bottom of the 11th. The tying runs are on base. Conforto at second, Reyes at first, 1 out. Cespedes on deck.
Can't get the curve.
Makes a slider inside.
Can't get the slider over.
Ramos has generally had good control, but he put himself in jeopardy with the walk to Conforto. And Cabrera hits one deep right field. Back goes Borges near the wall. It's out of here! Out of here! Asdrubal Cabrera wins it for New York. A 3-run walk-off home run.
night of comebacks as Dribble Cabrera provides the final jump as the Mets leapfrog to a 9-8 victory. Put a 3-game losing streak behind them and get that feeling again of celebration as Cabrera's 3-run homer wins it in the bottom of the 11th.
High fastball, missed with the slider first pitch. Oh, another slider.
Yeah, hanging hook, Keith, or slider.
Hanging slider out, up and out over the plate. And Cabrera knew he had it.
And so he did. His 4th career walk-off home run. The first time all season that the Mets have won a game where they trailed after 8 innings. As Cabrera ends it with one huge swing.
Again, the home run ball, trailing by 2 in the 9th. Reyes with a 2-run home run. Trailing by 2 in the 11th. Cabrera with a walk-off.
Well, I don't have to tell you Met fans the importance of this game.
The Mets' 4th walk-off home run of the year, their 2nd this week, and the hero standing by with Steve Gelb. Steve.
Thank you. All right. That's the way to start off an interview, huh? As Dribble, we use the word resilience quite often with this team. You've been in the league a really long time. What does this team have that so many others don't?
Oh man, we got a really good team. I like how we work together. And when we got Roger in here, he was the guy that pushed me off a little bit.
You said Reyes right there. I mean, you wouldn't have been in that spot if not for Jose Reyes. What has he been for this team since he got here?
Oh, he's been a lot. I mean, Jose Reyes is a great player. He's the guy who gives you a lot of energy, and I'm enjoying playing with him.
As Dribble, for you in that spot, when 2 runners get on base there, are you looking to end it?
Yeah, we're looking for good pitch to hit the ball hard. I got a half space behind me, so I got lucky that I hit it far.
I know you've been pretty humble throughout this entire stretch, but you have been so hot since you've come back from injury. What has been the key for you?
Hey, working every day, working hard, and I'm towards my team. You know, we got a 9-game to go, and we'll see what happens.
Finally, as Dribble, we know how important each of these games are down the stretch, but given where you guys were, losing the last 3 games, falling behind in this one, can you put into words just how big of a boost this win is?
Oh yeah, I mean, we got to enjoy this game. I mean, we win, and that was really good for us. What I think about tomorrow now.
As Dribble, congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you.
Last night, the Mets suffered their biggest heartbreaker of the year. Tonight, maybe their most uplifting victory of the year as Dribble Cabrera wins it with a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 11th. The game summary presented by Heineken took a team record 27 players to do it, but the Mets outlast the Phillies 9-8. For every Mets win, the Mets organization is proud to contribute $2,500 to Northwell Health and the Cass Institute for Women's Health. For more information, visit northwellhealth.com/KIWH. This win brings the total contribution so far this season to $202,500. Well, that's how the standings now look, with the Mets having moved a half game in front of the idle Cardinals and the still in action Giants, who are scoreless in their game in their 6th inning against San Diego. But what a 24 hours this has been for the Mets. They came within inches of a walk-off home run last night. They were denied by Ender and Ciarte, but in a game where they fell behind 3 separate times, they come back each time to win in the 11th.
And I think most importantly, the disappointing loss last night, 3-game losing streak, getting swept at home by the Braves, falling behind here twice, coming back on the bottom of the 9th with Reyes' heroics, the 2-run home run in the bottom of the 9th to tie, and then Cabrera in the 11th to win the ball game, down 2 runs. This is just a huge win. Now we got 9 games left. We got single digits. Such a big win.
They have the old and the young. The young being Nimmo getting in base in front of Reyes for the 2-run home run. Conforto getting a walk and getting on base also in front of Cabrera. But really it was the veteran players, Reyes, Cabrera, and Cespedes. 8 hits and 7 RBIs.
Granderson had a 2-run homer as well. The Mets used 10 pitchers, 27 players, 4 hours plus, and they win in 11 as they beat the Phillies on the heroics of Asdrubal Cabrera. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer or buy at Toyota.com today. Toyota,
Let's go places. My Bob's Discount Furniture. Shop in store or online at mybobs.com. The all-new 2017 Hyundai Elantra. It's not just new, it's better. By Geico, over 75 years of savings and service. And by New York Lottery Baseball Bingo. For a chance to win a trip to 2017 Mets spring training, go to sny.tv/baseballbingo for details. Final score tonight in 11. The Mets beat the Phillies 9-8. Game 2 of this series tomorrow night. Gabriel Noah gets his second big league start against Jeremy Hellickson. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock tomorrow right here on SNY. What can the Mets do to top this one? It was quite a night here at Citi Field as the Mets continued to fight back. And when Cabrera got it, he knew he got it. 3-run walk-off home run on the bottom of the 11th, and that was worthy of that bat flip and that fist pump. And the Mets beat the Phillies 9-8. Now for Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling, Steve Gelbs, and our entire SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for WB Mason post-game live. Let's go to Gary Apple and Nelson Figueroa, who are standing by in the studio. Take it away, guys.